Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, on Saturday, the defense filed a motion to determine competency to proceed. Based upon that motion, the court ordered that the defendant to be examined by 3 psychologists to determine her competency to proceed. The court appointed 3 independent experts. The first expert the court appointed was Dr. Daniel Tressler. Dr. Tressler examined Ms. Anthony on late Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. The court also appointed Dr. Harry McLaren out of Quincy, Florida. Dr. McLaren examined Ms. Anthony on Saturday evening and some on Sunday. The court also appointed Dr. Ryan Hall, who examined Ms. Anthony on Sunday. Both sides willing to stipulate that the court may utilize the reports that were submitted by the doctors in making a determination on the issue of competency to proceed. What says the state of Florida?
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
And the defense?
No objections on that.
Okay. Now, has both sides had an opportunity to review the reports of the 3 experts in this area?
Yes, the defense has.
Okay. Based upon the reports that the court has reviewed, the court will find that the defendant is competent to continue to proceed. Those reports will be filed, but pursuant to law, those reports will remain under seal. The originals now will be filed with the clerk of the court. Okay, are there any other matters we need to take up prior to resuming testimony in this case?
None for the state, Your Honor.
I think y'all have cleared up any matters dealing with Dr. Ferton.
Yes, we have.
Yes, sir.
There is, for the record, there is no issue.
Okay, Mr. Ashton.
That's correct.
Okay, the court will file into the record the motion to determine competency to proceed and the court's emergency orders appointing experts. Let me see that one for just a second. Huh? No, not the report. I mean, the motion to determine competency under law can't be sealed. Not at this time. Just a second. Let me see that other. Okay, just a second. All right, Mr. Baez.
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, let's return to jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonition during the recess? Does the state recognize the presence of the jury? And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
The defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Detective Yuri Melich.
Stand here, raise your right hand, and answer out loud.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
This way, sir.
My name is Yuri Melich, Yuri-Melich.
You may proceed.
Please the court, Mr. Ing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Detective Melich.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, you were called on Friday afternoon to testify, and you misspoke, correct?
Yes, regarding some cell phone records.
Okay. Can you please clarify the issue that you misspoke about with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
In regards to cell phone records that I was questioned about on Friday, he asked me particularly about Roy Kronk. I was thinking of a different set of records when I answered that. As far as Roy Kronk is concerned, we did subpoena his records for June of 2008, June 1st to July 1st of 2008.
Now, the very first time that Mr. Kronk actually called law enforcement was until August 11th, 2008, was it?
In regards to this case, yes.
Okay. And there were several calls made in August 2008.
Objection, Your Honor. Response based on hearsay.
Sustain.
The time period in question for Mr. Kronk as to his involvement in this case begins in August and ends in December.
That's correct.
And he is the gentleman that found Kaylee Marie Anthony's body.
Yes.
And you did not seek phone records for any of those time periods from August to December of 2008.
Correct.
And Mr. Kronk lives in a town called St. Cloud,
Yes.
which is a significant distance from the area where Kaylee's remains were found.
That's correct.
And his work is off of Curry Ford,
Yes, in that area.
and that is a little bit of distance from the location where the remains are found.
A few miles, yes.
And the cell records, had you have gotten them from August to December of 2008, would have been able to give you movement locations of that cell phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking me to speculate as to the availability of the records and what they would show at this juncture.
Yes, they would give me movement of where the phone was.
And you would have been able to tell if August 14th, Mr. Kronk decided to go to that location, or if his cell phone was in that area,
What area are we referring to?
the area of Suburban Drive where Kaylee's remains were found.
It would tell me the area the cell phone was in, but also keeping in mind that there is a highway, a north-south highway between, or in that general area as well. So yes, it would give me a general area.
It would give you a general idea if he was in the vicinity, within
Yeah.
a certain 3-mile radius, correct?
Give or take, yes.
And you could also find out if in September of 2008, when he did not have the route that included the area of Suburban Drive, if he happened to be there then.
I don't recall off the top of my head which times he had the route. I know August was one time. I know December was another. And I don't recall in the middle when he did or did not have that route. I don't think I could answer that.
Are you aware that if he had it in November?
I know he had it sometime between August and December, but I can't recall now when he had it. I'm not doubting he did. I just don't recall.
Understood. So you know on 1 month he had that route, but the other months he did not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object based on hearsay.
It's based on his investigation, Judge.
Sustain.
These cell phone records could give you information as to whether he was in the vicinity at times where his work schedule did not require him to be.
The cell tower records, again, will tell me what area a particular cell phone is at when it's transmitting or receiving a phone call. So to answer your question, yes, it would.
Okay. Now, is this the first case that you've given mistaken information to the jury?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's irrelevant.
Sustain.
Are there any other incidents where you misspoke to this jury?
Same objection.
That I'm giving an opportunity to clarify any previous omissions or...
Overruled.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so as far as you know, the only time you misinformed this jury was Friday afternoon when we spoke of this topic.
You're suggesting that I intentionally misinformed the jury, and I did not. It was simply that you're asking me questions based on a 3-year investigation, a lot of cell phone records. I don't know what you're going to ask me. So in respect to Friday's testimony, yes, I did misspeak, and yes, I did give the wrong date range for the time I subpoenaed Roy Cronk's cell phone.
Sir, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just asking you simply if there's any other information that you gave this jury that was false.
Not that I can recall. Is there something that you wanted to bring up?
Well, now that you bring it up, let's talk about Mr. Anthony's cell phone records.
Yes.
You mentioned that you testified that you had George Anthony's cell phone records for June and July, did you not?
I can't recall what I testified to. I remember that there was a question of cell phone records that we had subpoenaed, and I wasn't sure if it was the home phone or cell phone. After leaving on Friday, I was able to verify, yes, we did have George Anthony's cell phone records, and we subpoenaed them back in 2008.
For what month?
I believe it was for the month of June and July of 2008.
Do you have those with you, sir?
I do not.
Okay. Do those include cell tower locations?
No, they do not. It's a PDF form, not a spreadsheet, so they do not have cell tower information.
Okay. And would that information have been useful to you as to being able to determine Mr. George Anthony's movement or his cell phone movement?
Yes, if I had a reason to even believe that that would play a part in this case, which at the time I did not.
Okay. Since then, have you decided at any time to go back and subpoena Mr. Anthony's cell phone records?
No, I don't recall issuing any more subpoenas for Mr. Anthony.
Okay. Now, you've subpoenaed quite a bit of other people's cell phone in this case, have you not?
When you say me, yes, in the course of the investigation, several were subpoenaed.
Right. You're the guy, you're the coordinator of this investigation, kind of like the quarterback, right?
Yes, but to infer that I actually did the subpoenas, no, but during the course, several were subpoenaed, yes.
Right. And that would include Amy Huizinga,
Correct.
a friend of Casey's, Jesse Grund, an ex-boyfriend,
Yes,
Ricardo Morales, another ex-boyfriend of Casey's,
correct.
Tony Lazaro, another ex-boyfriend of Casey's,
Yes,
Chris Stutz, a friend of Casey's,
yes.
Diane Taylor, who is she?
It was referring to a number that was coming off of Casey's phone. At the beginning, we were trying to identify who Zenaida Gonzalez was. So we subpoenaed several numbers from Casey's phone to try and identify who the people were. I believe that's one of the names that came back.
Okay, Stephanie Kostakis,
It sounds familiar.
that's a childhood friend of Casey's.
I don't know what the relationship is, but I do recall the name.
John Chatt, roommate of Ricardo Morales.
Again, I recall the name. I can't recall the relationship.
Okay. Ronald Westenberger,
I recall the name, yes.
Troy Brown, another friend of Casey's.
Yes.
Jenna Prentice and a shot girl at Fusions?
The one and the same person? Yes.
Yes. Jamie Relander, another friend of Casey's?
Again, yes.
Brittany Schreiber, another friend of Casey's?
Correct.
So you subpoenaed all of these phone records, and you were able to get all this information, but you never got the information or the cell phone records of the person who found the body?
I had no reason to pull his cell phone records for that time. There was nothing to suggest I needed that.
Would the reason be that he did not tell you that he had called 4 months earlier on December 11th?
I'm going to object. He's eliciting information based on hearsay.
Sustained.
You, of course, find nothing suspicious with the circumstances surrounding the earlier calls in this case, do you?
Objection. Calls for an opinion.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge. All right. You also testified that you never confiscated Mr. Cronk's computer.
Yes, I don't recall getting his computer.
Yet, do you recall doing a search warrant to get a computer belonging to a woman by the name of Joy Ray?
Yes, I do.
Overruled at this point.
You did.
Sorry. Yes, I did.
And this is a woman who claimed to have taken photographs of the area off Suburban Drive.
Yes,
She also claimed to be a spy for George Bush.
that's correct.
She also had been Baker acted by your department, correct? Shortly after interviewing her, you Baker acted her?
I don't recall Baker acting her. I recall she was Baker acted a few times, but I don't believe any were from our agency, maybe an adjoining agency.
Okay. You identified her clearly as someone having mental health issues.
I hesitate to give my...
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You got her computer, but you didn't try to get Mr. Cronk's computer.
I did, but there was a specific reason as to why I chose to get her computer.
Okay. And you also got Ricardo Morales' computer.
Yes,
And that's how you found out he was selling photographs to the Globe.
I recall that, yes.
Now, on December 13th, 2008, 2 days after Kaylee's remains were found, you received an email from a gentleman by the name of Joe Jordan, did you not?
I did receive an email from Mr. Jordan. I don't recall the date.
And this was giving you information as to the area, was he not?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you recall when you decided to turn that email over to either the prosecution or the defense?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled at this point.
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was a year and a half later?
May I see the email in question, sir?
Ms. Ferton.
Same objection to relevance as to turnover dates.
Overruled at this point.
May I see the email that we're talking about?
While that's being brought up, sir, was this email only turned over after the defense had found Mr. Jordan?
I'd like to see the email first.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether that email was turned over only after the defense found Mr. Jordan?
Before answering any more on the email, I'd like to see the email, please.
Sure. While that's being retrieved, you got it? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
If we could have the exhibit marked for the record.
I can have one printed and marked. Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
I'm just trying to speed it up. I can show them.
Give it an identification number, just for the record, Madam Clerk, and we'll print it up.
Yes, so the defense FA.
All right.
Pardon me a moment while I read it.
Sure.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir, I recall that.
Okay. And my question to you, sir, was, did you only turn this email over after the defense had found Mr. Jordan?
I don't recall when the email was turned over, sir.
And do you know, or can you recall as to whether it was in the normal course of discovery or a significant time period?
Objection, this has been asked and answered by the witness.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge. Now, sir, you conducted in December of 2000, after December 11th of 2008, you conducted 2 search warrants on the Anthony home, correct?
One on December 11th and then a subsequent one, yes.
Okay. And in the first search, you of course had some knowledge of what was found off of Suburban Drive, what items, correct?
That's correct.
And that would include any items having to do with a Winnie the Pooh blanket?
Yes, I believe that was included in that first search warrant, yes.
Okay. And then on December 20th, you exercised, let me stop there. As part of your regulations, you have to leave a copy of not only what you confiscate, but a copy of the search warrant at the residence, right?
Yes, a copy of what we took and a copy of the search warrant, not the affidavit.
And did you do that on December 11th?
Yes?
Okay. And then on the 20th, let me go back for a second. On that search warrant of December 11, 2011, it would have indicated that, of course, you were looking for any items having to do with Winnie the Pooh, correct? Any bedding material?
It should all be listed inside the body of the search warrant.
And then also, if you confiscated any from the home, it would have been there.
It should be, yes.
Okay. So on December 20th, when you went back, did you share anything having to do with your investigation with the Anthonys?
I don't recall what we spoke to the Anthonys about when we went and executed the search warrant.
Is it normal for a detective to share information that's not made public yet with people that you're at a home where you're exercising a search warrant?
In general, it's not abnormal to share information with victims of crimes that may not be public, especially in homicide. But I don't recall specifically sharing any information with them that I don't think I understand your question. I don't recall the conversation in detail with the Anthonys on the day of the search warrant.
I'm not saying you did. I'm asking you if you did.
I don't recall.
The investigation was confidential at that point, was it not?
It was an ongoing investigation. To say it was confidential, everything subject to the public at one point, I don't understand your question, sir.
Did you disclose any items that you found off Suburban Drive with the Anthonys? Did you tell them, we found this, we found that, we found this?
I don't recall any specific conversation. Not to say that I didn't have a conversation. I don't recall the specifics of the conversation with the Anthonys regarding what we had found on scene.
Can you think of a scenario where you would have told the Anthonys things that you found at the scene?
Again, I don't recall the conversation, and I won't speculate on what I could have said if I don't remember saying anything.
Okay. And, of course, you would have documented on your police report what transpired during that search warrant, correct?
It's very general what I document on the police report as far as conversations, unless it's directly pertinent to what I'm doing. Light conversation, like hi, or what time is it, and stuff like that, I wouldn't necessarily put in a report unless it was pertinent.
Now, did you deploy a cadaver dog on the other 2 cars at the Anthony home?
No, I don't believe I did.
At any time through July 15th through today, have you ever deployed a cadaver dog on George Anthony's car?
No.
What about Cindy Anthony's car?
No.
Did the issue ever come up that Casey may have driven Cindy Anthony's car at one point?
I remember during the course of the investigation that did come up, yes.
And that came up from George Anthony.
Yes, I believe so.
And did you later find out that that was not true?
We weren't able to determine it occurred based on e-pass records. So, yeah, we don't believe it happened in that time frame that he originally thought it may have.
You requested the e-pass records from Mr. George Anthony, did you not?
I remember getting them from e-pass. I don't recall if we actually made the request to him or if we just went through e-pass.
Okay. Did you not request them and him not turn them over to you?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not. Here's.
Sustained effect.
You had to actually go and subpoena them from e-pass yourself.
I recall getting the records from e-pass. It's the most reliable place to get the records anyway.
And the e-pass records indicated to you that.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw that. Now, did you ever deploy a cadaver dog in the Anthony home?
I don't recall ever doing so now.
Okay. You had 2 cadaver dogs out there July 17th, 2008, did you not?
I believe 2 were there. I don't know if they were both at the same day. I wasn't present during most of the search during that time frame at the Anthony home.
At any time, did you ever request that cadaver dogs go through the home to see if they picked up on any scent?
No.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit EZ.
That was easy.
Would this make it easier for you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the locations of both the Anthony home and where the remains were found?
I could use it to explain it to them, yes. I don't know what the abandoned house is on top, though.
I'm not going to ask you to talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, does that appear to you to be a fair and accurate representation of both the Anthony residence and the location of Suburban Drive where Kaylee's remains were found?
Yes. I have no objection with the generalization. Obviously, GPS coordinates and all that would be accurate, but the general area is correct, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to conditionally admit this, excluding the portion, of course, of the abandoned house, which I've been tying together with another witness.
Any objections?
If I may look at the photo to see
You may.
if
There you go.
Subject to our discussion, I have no objection.
Okay, it would be conditionally admitted as defense exhibit number.
Number 57.
May I ask the witness to stand up?
Witness may stand down.
Can I get the laptop? Can everyone see that okay, or should I bring it closer? That's it. Detective Melich, can you circle the...
Just a little bit so the prosecution can see it. Yeah. If you just take it back just a little bit, Mr. Baez. Thank you, sir.
Detective Melich, can you please circle the general area where Kaylee's remains were found and initial that? Okay. And can you please circle the area of where the Anthony home is?
Initials?
Yes, please. Okay, that's fine. That's enough. If I can have just a moment, I'll see if I have any further questions. You may have your seats. Now, Detective Melich, Casey Anthony was arrested on July 16, 2008, correct?
That's correct.
And she was out on bond for a short period during late August and all the way through October, correct?
I don't recall the dates she actually went in and out, but generally I'll accept that.
About a month or so, a little over a month.
I won't dispute that at this time.
Okay. And she was subject to electronic monitoring during that time period, right?
Yes.
Okay. Basically house arrest?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And there were, throughout that period of time, give or take 5 or 10 media trucks outside her home throughout the time?
I can't testify to how many were outside the house. I know that there were at several times, probably throughout the time.
Okay. And the only time she was permitted to go anywhere was, of course, to check in with the jail and her attorney's office, correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And wherever she went, the media followed.
I can't attest to that, or I can't answer that.
Fair statement to make, though?
I wasn't there. I don't know if they followed her every time or not.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge. Oh, if I can have one moment, please. And since the indictment of October 14, 2008, Casey's been in jail?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Melich.
Good morning.
The email that was referenced as your having received on December 13th of 2008, at that point in time, it was 36 to 48 hours after the remains of Kaylee Anthony were found, correct?
Yes.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office, suffice it to say, was extraordinarily busy with the recovery effort at that point in time, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office had also been receiving hundreds, if not thousands, of emails or tips or other information, relevant or not, that you, as the lead investigator in conjunction with other people, had to wade through at that time, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
At any point in time, did you receive a report that the car of George Anthony smelled like there had been a dead body in it?
No.
At any point in time, did you receive a report that the car belonging to Cindy Anthony had the smell of a dead body in it?
No.
The phone records that you subpoenaed or had other investigators working with you subpoena from Amy Huizenga or Jesse Grund or Ricardo Morales, Tony Lazaro, all of those individuals, did they also focus on that time frame of June and July of 2008?
Yes.
Okay, this was the critical time frame when Kaylee Anthony was last seen and then ultimately reported by her grandmother to be missing, correct?
Yes.
Miss Anthony, Casey Anthony's phone records were initially subpoenaed for that same time frame, correct? June 1st through July 15th, correct?
Yes.
In an effort to determine where she was during any specific date during the time period where Kaylee Anthony was last seen and when she was finally reported missing by her grandmother.
Yes.
And in subpoenaing those records, initially your effort was based on the information given to you by Ms. Anthony regarding this babysitter, Zenaida Gonzalez, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, information that was subsequently determined to be false.
Regarding the babysitter, yes.
And in an effort to find this babysitter or any reference or contact or possible third-party connection, these individuals' records were subpoenaed as well as Ms. Anthony's, correct?
Yes.
And even doing all that, you were unable to locate not only Zenaida Gonzalez, but some of these other names that Ms. Anthony gave you as individuals who had some information about Kaylee's whereabouts. Juliet Lewis, another Jeffrey Hopkins besides the one that we heard from in this case.
And to include Raquel Farrell, yes.
Okay. People who, according to Ms. Anthony, had some connection to this babysitter.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Redirect as to those issues.
I know you told Ms. Drain-Burdick that you were pretty busy and with the recovery off of Suburban Drive, but this individual claimed to have information as to that location, did he not? In that email?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
This was asked by Ms. Drain-Burdick, Judge.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
This person had information for you.
Sustained. Same question, Mr. Bass.
This is not, Mr. Jordan was not a new person to you, correct? In fact, you had gotten information from him before?
I recall communication with Mr. Jordan. I believe most of it was through email. I don't know if there was any face-to-face at any point in time. I don't recall.
He was helping you out, giving you information, putting you in contact with people, was he not?
A lot of people were trying to help us out and trying to do things and trying to tell us how to do our job and trying to tell us where to look. So he was one of many people who was doing that.
But you actually took some of his information and used it, did you not?
I don't recall what specific information I took.
Do you recall him giving you blogs that were posted from Cindy Anthony's brother?
I recall somebody had mentioned Cindy Anthony's brother was on a blog. I don't recall who mentioned it. It may have been, it may not have been.
You don't recollect that he's the one that gave you the blogs?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall that he's the one that helped put you in contact with Cindy Anthony's brother?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall Cindy Anthony's brother's the one that told you about all of this wedding, of what happened at his wedding?
Sustained.
Now, you heard Mr. Drain-Burdick said that you hadn't gotten any information about Cindy or George's car smelling, correct?
Correct.
Did you get any information as to whether they had trash in their trunk for 3 weeks?
No.
Neither car?
I never had any reason to ask, no.
Detective Melich, you were present when Deputy Forgy, the canine handler, did the actual inspection of the car, were you not?
On July 16th or 17th? Yes, I was.
Okay. I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit EM. If I may approach the witness here.
You may.
Sir, please take a look at that drawing. Are you familiar with that drawing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And is that a drawing that you drew at a previous hearing in this case?
That's correct.
Can you put the date into the record?
The date of the drawing is March 23rd, 2011.
Okay. And does that drawing depict a fair and accurate representation of what you testified to on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And there you were drawing what exactly? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're drawing?
Well, I can't recall the instructions at the time, but generally speaking, I guess it was what I recalled of the date. The Deputy Forgy was called out with his cadaver dog to inspect Ms. Anthony's car.
Correct. And what you drew there was the forensics bay garage
Yes,
and also Miss Anthony's car.
yes,
And on that drawing, you, of course, just put one car that Deputy Forgy had inspected, correct?
yes. After the fact, you asked me to put a second car in there, but for the purpose of Ms. Anthony's car, there was only one car drawn at the time.
Okay. And you also testified that when Deputy Forgy deployed his dog, it was only on Miss Anthony's car.
Sustained.
Was there only one car that he deployed his dog on that you recall?
Yes, that I could recall, yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move item EM into evidence.
What says the state?
I have no objection to the drawing.
To be received in evidence, it states numbered.
I have no further questions for Detective Melich.
Any recross? Okay, Detective, you may be excused, subject to recall.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may call their next witness.
Defense calls Michael Vincent.
Stand here, please. Raise your right hand and answer out loud.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
This way, please.
Michael Vincent, Vincent.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Vincent, I'd like you to look at Defense Exhibit EJ for a moment. Is that a drawing that you drew at an earlier hearing in this case?
Yes, sir.
And is that a drawing of the forensics bay garage and Miss Anthony's car?
Correct.
And did you? I'm sorry. Did you testify that that there was only one car that was deployed by Deputy Forgy?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would move that item into evidence. I believe it's EM.
What says the state? To be received in evidence is defense exhibit number.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
May Detective Vincent be excused, or is he subject to recall? You may be excused, subject to recall, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's the defense next witness?
This way, sir. Raise your right hand, please. Answer out loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
This way, please.
Good morning. Heraldo Bloise, B-L-O-I-S-E.
Good morning, Mr. Bloise.
Good morning, Counselor.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Bloise, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit EL. Is that a drawing that you testified to at an earlier hearing in March of this case?
Yes.
Okay. And that's of this year, March of this year.
Yes.
And does it show a drawing of the forensics bay and Miss Anthony's car?
Correct.
And did you testify that there was only one car that the canine cadaver dog handler deployed his dog on?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Oh, actually, I take that back. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you drew that day?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move that item into evidence.
What says the state? No objection to the Be received in evidence as defense exhibit number.
I have no further questions for Mr. Bloise.
Cross-examination.
Investigator Bloise, is it fair to say that the focus of your investigation on that day in July was Ms. Anthony's white Pontiac Sunfire?
Correct.
And this is what you were paying attention to and documenting for the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloise, as a crime scene investigator, your job is to focus on the details, are you not?
Yes.
In fact, down to the very minute details.
Yes.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
No questions.
All right. Sir, you may be excused, subject to recall.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense? We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. State recognized presence of jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, the defense may call the next witness.
Deputy Jason Forgy.
Stand, raise your right hand and answer out loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Which one, sir?
Forgy, JASONR, FORGEY.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Deputy Forgy, I'd like to show you a drawing labeled Defense Exhibit EK. You take a look at that, sir.
Stuck. Yes, sir.
Is that a drawing that you drew?
Yes, sir.
And that was in testimony in a prior hearing in this case on March 24th, 2011?
I believe that's the date. 3/24/2011.
And what that depicts is the forensics bay garage and Miss Anthony's vehicle and another vehicle?
Correct.
Okay.
It's a rough drawing, not to scale, like I said in the hearing.
And do you show, or did you testify, that there were two cars in which you deployed your dog, Garris?
Correct.
And did you testify that the other car is someone else's car? It's unknown to you whose car that was.
Correct.
And did you testify it was a blue car?
I said I believe it was a blue car.
Did
That
you
was-
get it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was my quote. I believe it was a blue car.
Okay. Did you testify, or do you know what the license plate number is or who that car belongs to?
Absolutely not.
It was just somebody's car that was there.
Correct.
And when you began deploying your dog, you started with that unknown car.
Correct.
And you knew that the white Pontiac Sunfire was Miss Anthony's car.
I knew it was a car in question. I didn't know whose car it was.
Is there anyone that can corroborate that a second car was there?
Sustained.
Were there any witnesses that saw you deploy your dog on this car?
Yes.
Overruled.
Okay. Who else saw you deploy your dog on these two cars?
My canine supervisor at the time, which was Mike Carden, was my corporal.
Who else?
I never say his name correctly. The forensic tech, Heraldo.
Bloise?
I believe so.
Okay. Who else?
I believe Mike Vincent was there also, but I'm not sure.
Who else?
That's all I recall.
And is this the first time you've ever mentioned, either in deposition, hearings, or in court, of your supervisor being present?
No, sir. I mentioned it in deposition. I mentioned it whenever you asked me.
Okay. And did he fill out a report?
No.
Okay.
It's not common practice.
So the individuals that you just mentioned are the ones who can corroborate that you actually deployed your dog on two cars as opposed to one?
The ones that I recall that were there, yes, sir.
And the reason you do two cars is so that way the dog doesn't falsely alert because it wants to please you. That's one of the reasons why.
It could be, but the reason you do it in training is for that. But this was a real search. And I did it. There was no real reason behind it.
There's no reason why you deployed your dog on this other car who you do not know who it belongs to.
I just wanted to make sure his mindset was correctly.
Okay.
That's it. Just started working him, running him around another vehicle, just make sure his mindset's settled in, calm, and go right to my car in question.
And it has nothing to do with your training, which tells you you should have multiple cars, that way it would prevent handler bias.
Training is different than a real world scenario, because a real world scenario, you're not going to have, generally, you're not going to have the opportunity to have a second vehicle there. In training, of course, you can do that. I believe that's why I did it this time, because it happened to be there. In that lot, there's a lot of vehicles out there, but this is the only ones that we were questioning. But in that lot, I mean, there's trailers, there's cars, there's all kinds of stuff. But in the real world, you don't have the opportunity to set it up that way. It just happened to be there.
You could have had them drive this car to where the other cars were parked, right?
I had to move it outside the bay. Could I have done it? I don't know.
Orange County was in possession of this car.
Correct.
And you could have asked, just like you asked them to take it out of the garage, you could have asked them to put it near other cars.
But it was.
My question to you is, you could have asked them to put it near where all the other cars were at.
It's next to another vehicle when it came outside the bay. Could I have moved it to the front of the lot? I don't know. It's evidence. So I don't know. I've never run into that.
Could you have asked them to move the car to where there were several cars there?
It's possible.
Okay. But you didn't?
No.
No further questions?
You may.
What's the number, the letters on the back of that?
EK?
A?
K. Kilo.
EK into evidence.
Be receiving evidence is defense number. Cross-examination.
Deputy Forgy, regardless of whether or not there was 1, 2, or 200 cars, you still knew that the white Pontiac Sunfire was the car in question, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I wanted to ask her.
Okay. May the deputy be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, subject to recall.
Thank you, Deputy Forgy.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may call their next witness.
Call Dr. Kenneth Ferton. Dr. Kenneth Ferton.
You stand here, raise your right hand and call out.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Just like please.
My name is Dr. Kenneth G. Ferton, F-U-R-T-O-N.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ferton.
Good morning.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your profession is?
Yes, I'm a professor in the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry at Florida International University. I am also the Director Emeritus of the International Forensic Research Institute and the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at FIU.
And how long have you been employed there?
For 23 years.
And can you share with us your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science, a PhD in analytical chemistry. I then completed a postdoctoral studies in the United Kingdom for 2 years in nuclear science. And for the last 23 years, I've been on faculty at FIU in Miami.
And what is your area of expertise?
I focus on area of chemistry dealing with separating, identifying, and quantifying complex mixtures of chemicals. And for the last 18 years, I focused on studying the chemicals that are given off by forensic specimens in order to be able to see how canines locate forensic specimens, as well as how machines can be developed to either complement or replace biological detectors.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to study human decomposition and the
Yes, I
chemical
have.
breakdown?
Oh, yes, I have.
Can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your experience is in that area?
Yes, since about 2003, my research group has been looking at the volatile chemicals that are given off by live humans as well as human remains, with the idea of trying to identify individuals, live individuals, and also try to locate the human remains based on the characteristic chemicals that are given off after a person is deceased.
And have you published any peer review articles in the area of human decomposition?
Yes, I have.
How many?
We have. I have a master's student and a PhD student who have published their thesis and dissertation, and then we have two peer-reviewed journal articles, one in 2003 and one in 2011.
How does that work when you have students that have published work? Do you have any involvement in that?
Yes. The way it works is I directly supervise the students' research, so they have to develop a certain level of independence of their own projects, but I also join them in some cases in the lab, and I actually just came back early from a week-long field trip with several graduate students out in California doing research on human scent.
Now, have you also received any grants in the area to study the area of human decomposition from our government?
Well, we've got several different grants that fund my research lab. In most of my research funding in the last 8 years related to human scent has been focused on live human scent, but we've also done human remains research as well in the laboratory.
And have you lectured in this area?
Yes, I give extensive lectures around the country and around the world in a variety of areas related to detection technologies, instrumental and biological, and many of those have been related to the location of human remains.
Are there any instruments that are used to analyze these chemicals?
There are instruments that are used to generally analyze volatile organic compounds from any kind of a forensic specimen. There's currently no instrument specifically designed for identifying human remains.
Okay. And have you ever testified as an expert witness in the area of human decomposition or forensic chemistry?
Objection. Compound question.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Sustain, rephrase it.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the area of human decomposition?
Not before this particular trial.
Okay. And have you ever testified as an expert witness in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I've testified over 24 times in a variety of different areas related to DUI, presumptive drug testing, and also identifying volatiles associated with detecting forensic specimens.
Do you have any patents that you are the holder of?
Yes.
How many?
I just one at the moment.
Okay. And what is that for?
It's a patent which is the identification of humans based on the volatile organic compounds that they give off.
Okay. And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
I'm a member of the American Chemical Society. Was including being a past president of the South Florida section of the American Chemical Society. I'm also a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. And where have you testified previously in a court of law?
I testified in a variety of situations, including grand jury hearings and civil court proceedings, criminal proceedings, both on behalf of the prosecution and the defense.
Have you received numerous awards and honors from law enforcement due to your contribution?
Objection. Not related to qualifications. Bolster.
Sustain, Mr. O'Rourke.
Judge, at this time I would move to have Dr. Ferton admitted as an expert in human decomposition and that of forensic chemistry.
I have no objection to forensic chemistry. I would like to rely on human decomposition.
You may verdict.
Doctor, your
Yes.
work in the study of human decomposition is from the perspective of what a human remains detection dog would alert to. In other words, your studies began in studying the training aids and the chemical composition of those. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And in fact, until very recently, let me start over. When we say your studies, we actually mean your students' studies, correct?
They're the studies that are done, completed under my direction.
Right, but by your students as the primary researchers.
By my students as well as myself.
Right. And up until just recently, that study did not deal with studying the decomposition of whole human cadavers. It was decomposition of training aids used by dogs, correct?
Yes, the one master student worked on training aids, which would be human remains components, and then the most recent PhD student worked with whole human remains.
Right. Other than that, other than studying the compounds given off by training aids and then in one study by actual human corpses, do you have any other expertise in human decomposition other than that area? In other words, human decomposition is a very broad subject matter. Do you have expertise in stages of decomposition, bloat versus that area?
Well, just in as it relates to how we look at the volatiles associated with human decomposition, because different stages of decomposition can give different volatile organic compounds, And as a forensic scientist and teaching forensic chemistry, involved in the general knowledge of human decomposition as it relates to my research.
I don't have any objection to being qualified in the limited area of human decomposition related to volatile organic compounds that are given off, not the entire area of human decomposition. So if that's acceptable to counsel, I have no objection.
Judge, we're not going to inquire as to the different stages or things like that. It will be on the chemical analysis of human decomposition.
I think he has the minimal qualifications for that, Judge, yes.
Dr. Ferton would be accepted as expert witness in the area of chemistry and human decomposition in terms of the odor analysis. Is that what you're tendering him in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he'll be accepted. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Ferton, you mentioned you just got back from California.
Yes.
Okay, and we're kind of taking you out of turn because of your schedule.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what items you received and reviewed in this case?
Yes, I received all of the records related to the investigation, including the autopsy reports, the photographs of the contents of the trunk, the expert witness report from the preliminary and final reports from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, all of the depositions and other documents related to the experts, the canine experts, as well as the chemists and the other investigators related to the case.
Okay. Were you asked to specifically look at the work done by the Oak Ridge National Laboratories?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you review the preliminary reports as well as the final report?
Yes, I did.
Did you also review the report issued by Dr. Sigmund?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And he is from the National Center of Forensic Sciences?
That's correct.
Okay. Was Dr. Sigmund's report the first report issued in this case as it relates to a chemical analysis?
Objection to hearsay.
Overruled at this point.
I believe that was the first report, the first chemical analysis that was done of the contents of the trunk.
And then after Dr. Sigmund's report was completed, a month later, the first preliminary report came out from Dr. Voss?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you put together a, well, let me ask you this. Do you have you also reviewed numerous studies or all different studies having to do with the study of human decomposition?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether there is a unique signature of chemical compounds that could tell you if it is human decomposition?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, well, it's based on the research that we've conducted over the last 8 years and all of the peer-reviewed literature that I've been able to review, as well as including our studies. It's my expert opinion that there's currently no instrumental method that's been scientifically validated to the level that it could be used to identify the presence or absence of human remains based on the chemical residues that are present.
Okay. Have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation that would assist you in explaining to the jury this incredibly complex and boring area of forensic science?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would that assist them in as a demonstrative aid?
I hope so. Yeah.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we'd like to connect the Dr. Ferton's computer to be able to show these PowerPoint presentation.
I don't have an objection. Do we have a copy to have marked to make sure we have
Yes.
a record of exactly what we're showing?
Absolutely.
It's been offered as a demonstrative aid.
Can I just take a look at it and make sure the one area that we discussed is...
Mr. Baez, is it being offered only as a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir.
Okay. you will be permitted to show it to the jury.
I'm a little bit.
May I publish to both the witness and the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, just that. F and F8. There you go. Okay. You want to go ahead and start your slide? Okay. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
This is just animation showing how the instrument works, in which the gas chromatograph actually separates all those individual chemicals in a complex mixture into the individual components. It's a little cut off on my screen, but you can see the what's called the chromatogram. Each of those peaks is a
Let me take it one step at a time. This box here, that's the GCMS that everybody's been talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that stands for gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where do you insert the samples? You can touch your screen, by the way.
Oh, here. Okay. Yeah. So the samples are actually injected here with either a syringe, if you were to take just an air sample and then inject it, or there may be other types of injection devices that are used, but the sample is placed in at the beginning of that instrument.
Okay, and then it goes through this machine, and it comes out with a written report called a chromatogram?
Yes. If is the bottom cut off on yours? Should I change the resolution?
I think that's what
let me
the problem
do that.
is. Yeah.
Take one. Let's see.
We're going to get a kid to help you out.
Yeah, which
Until we get it straight on the published.
okay. Yes.
Okay, it's published.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so as you were saying, those chemicals pass through the gas chromatograph, and then based on the size of the molecules, the smaller molecules move more quickly than the larger molecules. So hopefully in the end, you wind up in this chromatogram is you get a separation of all of the chemicals, although many times you'll get compounds that are very close to one another, so you have to run calibration standards. And ultimately you identify the chemical by this what's called the mass spectrum. It's essentially a molecular fingerprint. So the molecule is fragmented, breaks into that mass spectrum, and then use that along with the retention time with known standards to get the identity of what are the chemicals in the mixture.
Let me stop you there. What do you mean by known standards? What does that mean?
It's you buy standards from a chemical company which have a confirmed identity, and you run those on your instrument, and you confirm where the peaks come out in terms of retention time and how the mass spectrum looks on your instrument, because that's the only way that you can be certain of the identity of a chemical.
So you buy chemicals from a company that says, this is definitely this chemical. You insert it in, and you can compare it to what your results are.
Correct.
Okay. And this chromatogram, does it tell you how much of a specific chemical is there?
No, it doesn't. It only gives you, you can get an idea of relative abundances. So based on the different sizes of the peaks, that can give you an estimation of the relative amount. So a peak here, which is smaller than this one, give you an idea of the relative ratios. But ultimately, you need to run what's called a calibration curve, in which you inject those standards that you purchase. You run them on the instrument at different concentrations. And then when you inject your sample, you make sure that your sample has the same peak area response that's within your calibration curves. That's the only way you can do what's called quantification, or determine the exact amount of the chemical.
So unless you do this, you don't know how much of a specific chemical is there, right?
That's correct.
And all this will tell you is that a specific chemical is there and how much it compares from one chemical to another.
Objection, leading and asked and answered.
Sustain is deleted.
What will this tell you, sir?
That will just give you an indication of the approximate relative ratios of the chemicals, but not the absolute amount in terms of total number of molecules or grams or a concentration unit.
And when you say relative, you're referring to one chemical versus another.
Right, within the same run.
Okay. All right. What's the next slide you've got?
Okay, so what we've done is I apologize, it's a very busy slide, but what we've done is run, if you take each of those peaks, the different chemical of each peak has a different color, and I put it in a bar graph form. So F7 here is one person, female 7. Oops, sorry, I forget. And then we put her relative ratio of compounds in one run. And when you do that, this is 5 females and 5 males compared, and looking at the relative ratios of characteristic compounds. These are 24 primary odor compounds that we have identified from living humans. When we do that, and we've developed a database and looked at background chemicals, we can discriminate the individuals with over a 99% discrimination ability using a 0.9 threshold by a technique called Spearman rank correlation. It's
all right, let me stop you there because you're starting to lose me. Okay. These are all people that are living.
Yes.
Okay, and this is kind of like you're identifying what kind of chemicals their bodies give off?
Yes, you can kind of think of it as like a human barcode in terms of the chemicals that a living person gives off.
Okay. So all of these lines here represent a different person.
That's correct.
Okay. And from what you're seeing here, there are different chemicals for different people that they give off.
Yeah, so if you just visually look at those 10 barcodes for 10 individuals, you can see that each person has a unique pattern of chemicals.
Okay. So everybody's different.
Yes.
All right. Got that. All right. Is there anything else other on this?
No, just that, and then by doing enough analyses, you have to assert some level of confidence to the measurement, and so we've applied a variety of different statistical methods, and I won't bore you with all the different techniques, but the one that's very simple to explain is this Spearman rank correlation. You just look at the most abundant to the least abundant. It essentially gives a number associated with each one, so it's almost like a barcode. It's very simple and easy to apply. But we've done other statistical methods in order to determine how reliable the method is in terms of being able to differentiate individuals.
So what you were able to do is, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm understanding this right, is you're able to see which ones are common across the board with everyone and put that as the most important chemical, and then go down the line, or go from top to bottom, I should say.
Yes, it's a combination of the common chemicals and the relative abundance of those, as well as some unique chemicals that individuals give off.
Okay, let's take a look at the next slide.
So if you compare those bar graphs, on the left are 7 living individuals, and you can again see essentially those human barcodes are all very different. And then these are 6 deceased individuals. These are 3 that were taken at a morgue and 3 at a crematorium. And you can see that deceased individuals look more similar to each other than living individuals. And so the idea is to try to look at what are the most important chemicals that are associated with human bodies. decomposition in order to be able to use those chemicals as a tool for locating human remains.
Okay, let's go to the next. What are we looking at here?
So this is a table that I put together that shows the 20 most abundant chemicals. So we saw this in 20. The majority of the samples that were taken from the morgue, this is 21 individuals at a morgue and 6 individuals at a crematorium, deceased individuals. And the idea is to try to look at what are the chemicals that are most common, most abundant and most common, and then compare them at different locations in order to try to get to these characteristic compounds that could be used for locating human remains.
Okay. And so this right here puts an X next to which ones were found common in both of these locations?
Yes.
Okay. And if there's nothing there, they were not in both?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, the next slide.
We've also done this for other decomposing animals. So this is just an example showing these are actual decomposing canines. These are portions of tuna, chicken, lamb, pork, and beef. So they're not the whole animal, but portions of the animal. And then these are the actual whole human deceased individuals.
So what is this telling us here?
It's again, the idea is to try to identify what are compounds that are coming from non-human decompositional events, because those compounds would not be specific for human decomposition, and you would either have to exclude them as part of your statistical method or be cautious in terms of how you develop a method that would give you a measure of the error rate of your method.
Is there some overlap, chemicals that are found in both?
Yes, there's quite a bit of overlap between decomposing organic matter, including decomposing animal remains.
Okay, let's go to the next.
I've also have a larger table that I put together that...
Would that assist you in explaining that
yes.
to the jury?
Witness may stand now.
Yeah, so this is...
sorry, give me a microphone.
And I have it muted, so you're going to have to wait till I get back to it. Unless you put it in the pocket. Yeah. So they're both muted. So.
What is he looking at?
He is looking at Defense Exhibit EW for demonstrative purposes only.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Hold on. I want to first, if you will, explain us what's going on here, because this is really looking kind of busy.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I can't see the item.
Sure.
I don't know if there's a different position.
Is that still visible? Okay. Is that better?
That's better, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I apologize for, again, I know busy tables put people to sleep right away, but the idea is that there's a lot of information, so I figure it'd be easier to point it out to you in a table format. So when you're separating all of these complex chemicals, if you go to a very sensitive level, you'll find thousands of compounds, and if you refine it and look at higher concentration, you'll get hundreds of compounds, and the idea is to refine that down to hopefully a handful of compounds or dozens of compounds that could be used to be characteristic for human remains. So this just illustrates these are different functional groups, which are different kinds of chemicals. And so I've just...
Let me stop you so I can try and break this down. what you've done is you've classified certain chemicals into categories?
Yes, as a chemist, it's easier sometimes to look at these are the acids and esters and alcohols and halogens. It's just different ways.
Your Honor, need to ask the witness to slow down.
Slow down, doctor.
Yes, slow down. Yes, Your Honor. To a chemist, the different types of chemicals can have different sources, which is also another important thing to look at. So these blue are the characteristics of acids and esters, alcohols, halogenated compounds, and so forth, as a way to start to refine and compare the list. So this is a comparison of 8 different studies that have been done related to human remains, just to give a snapshot of the kinds of similarities or differences between the studies.
Let me stop you there. When you say reference, are these the different studies that you've assigned numbers to?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you're saying there's 8 different studies dealing with human decomposition?
In this particular table, we list 8. I have another paper, a paper which was published this past week from a graduate student's dissertation.
But that's not in here.
That's not in here. This table actually comes from that paper, or
Okay.
summary of that paper.
All right, and there's 8, but I see a number 10 here. What is that?
Oh, yeah, I think these were the references that came out of the publication, so it's not necessarily in 1 through 8.
All right, and do you include the papers done by Dr. Voss?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that is what's highlighted in yellow?
Correct.
Okay, so is this a breakdown of what Dr. Voss finds versus what other people find?
Objection under the Caven case, Your Honor. Approach the bench, I can explain more.
Yes. Okay, rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Now, Dr. Ferton, the methodologies from all of these different studies are different, are they not?
Yes. Okay. Some are similar, but many of the studies are very different.
And basically, they have bodies, they study decomposing bodies at different stages.
Yes.
As well as different locations. Some are buried, some are above ground.
Correct.
And this is what appears to be a table of all of those different studies and the chemicals that they found based on their methodologies.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. So what are we looking at here?
Okay, so the idea is that when you're trying to locate human remains, which could either be a whole body or a portion of an individual, we're looking at what are the chemicals that are given off by a deceased individual or portions of a deceased individual. And there are various groups around the world who are working in this area, including my research group. And the idea is in order to reach a scientific consensus, is to work towards some idea of what are the most important chemicals that could be used in order to reliably locate human remains. And so this is a summary based on just a portion of all of the compounds that have been presented to try to get to certain compounds. For example, you'll see toluene, when you have the majority of the studies have identified toluene, or the sulfides, disulfides, trisulfides. You see the majority of the studies agree. That indicates, not necessarily with certainty, but it indicates that those could be important compounds to be included in a database for identifying humans.
Now, just so we have the numbers right, Dr. Voss's studies, his 2 papers, would be 6 and 7.
That's correct.
Okay, and we've heard a lot about this guy, the Greek. I don't want to butcher his name. Stathropoulos.
Stathropoulos, yes.
Okay, and he is from Greece.
Yes.
And he's number 4. Is that correct?
Yes, number 4 and 5.
Okay. And what, if anything, can we learn from this chart that you have here?
Objection. Generality of the question may be a case of violation.
I'll rephrase that.
Rephrase.
Now, what are these percentages?
I just illustrated of the 8 studies, the percentage of agreement. So if most of the percentages were above 50%, that would indicate general agreement amongst the different research groups around the world studying the volatiles associated with human decomposition. And you'll see that generally the numbers are well below 50, in some cases are only about a quarter, about 25%, which means there's more disagreement than there is agreement at the moment between the different studies that have been completed.
And that takes into account also that there are different methodologies and
Yes.
different studies. Okay, so the only ones that are above what you consider the 50% threshold are 4 chemicals?
Yeah, at least in this for this summary chart, those 4 chemicals give you an idea of some compounds that there seems to be some general agreement amongst, which are the cyclic hydrocarbons, the toluene, paraxylene, and the sulfides, dimethyl disulfide and dimethyl.
Slow it down.
Yes, sorry. I speak that. Toluene and paraxylene, as well as the sulfides, dimethyl disulfide and dimethyl trisulfide.
Okay. Did you want to explain anything else here, or did you prefer to go back to your PowerPoint?
I think that is sufficient.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take that from you. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now, what are we looking at here?
Well, this just is a photograph that was provided to me of contents from the trunk after they had been removed and I believe inventoried and laid out on a table. Just to give some examples of, there are, in addition to comparing living persons to deceased animals, the idea is also to look at what could be decompositional events from food products or volatiles that could be given off by consumer products that could be similar to things that are given off by decomposing humans. So it's just
All right, let me stop you there. Now, we've heard some stuff about these fatty acids, okay? And did you read that these fatty acids were found on certain items, like the paper towels?
Yes, that was in the report by Dr. Boss.
Okay. And where can you find these 4 fatty acids? And what kind of items can you find them in?
They're really everywhere. They're at least related to fatty materials. I show example here is they're present in milk fat or milk lipids. So milk products would also have them, cheeses and so forth. And they're the same compounds that are found in humans. So body fat, particularly when a person begins to decompose, the body fat can hydrolyze and produce these same fatty acids. And the ratios will change over time as well, but the same chemicals are seen in human fat as well as animal fat products.
And the chemical compounds dealing with sodium, calcium, magnesium, and iron, where can you find those?
Similarly, they're found in many, in fact, most products that we consume. So example I just show here is milk. So these are the elements that are in our body because we drink milk or other other liquids or food materials that contain these elements.
Okay. So are these, do you have an opinion as to whether these fatty acids are unique to human decomposition?
They're certainly not unique to human decomposition, and that's one of the reasons that the science is, there's not a sufficiently reliable scientific method to be able to identify the presence or absence of human remains, because you would have to know what all of the background chemicals are and the ratios of the various different chemicals in order to determine a statistical significance to a finding when you do a measurement.
Okay. And what about these chemicals? Are they unique to human decomposition?
No, they're not.
All right. Do you have another slide?
Just another one. There are others, just as just a couple of examples, because of the one was milk products. This would be pork and beef, common kind of food items that we would consume. There was hard salami, a wrapper for hard salami present. It just gives an example. They would also contain the same fatty acids, the same elements that were reported in the report by Dr. Voss.
Okay. Any other? The next slide, or is that your final slide?
No, that's it.
Okay. Now, in looking at the actually, let me ask you about chloroform. Did you see a quantitative analysis done by Oak Ridge National Laboratories?
No, I did not.
Okay. Explain to us why it's important to do a quantitative versus a qualitative analysis. Yes, sir.
It's the original slide I showed you with the separation of the chemicals and then doing a calibration curve. That's the only way you can actually know the concentration of the chemicals that are present in a substance, and then you would compare that to the concentration that you would find in, say, consumer products or other decompositional events, human or non-human, in order to get some measure of the importance of the match. You would need to know the concentration.
Where can you find chloroform?
It's pretty much everywhere. It's a very common chemical in very low quantities. It can be very high in certain products, certain consumer products such as bleach.
I believe, if I may take the counsel for a moment.
Yes. You may continue.
Dr. Ferton, you were saying that you can find chloroform in cleaning products.
Yes. It's one of the it's seen in many different products, and depending on the concentration level, including even drinking water. But in consumer products, one of the products where you see a very large amount of chloroform as well as carbon tetrachloride is household bleach, and there have been studies showing that it can be produced at very high levels.
Can you give the jury some examples of other products that you can find in your home that contain chloroform?
Yes, it's a little scary when you think about it, because the World Health Organization has generated reports and done surveys of what compound or what.
This is the World Health Organization studies are the ones that we spoke about.
Tell us what you can find. Just answer the question.
Yeah, okay. It's found in everything from drinking water to household foods, things like cheeses and even soft drinks.
We need to approach. I have an objection, and I need to show you that.
Okay.
Judge, I would object. I think we've covered this area.
Folks, just approach the sidebar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 11:59. We're going to recess for lunch. We're going to start back at 1:45 for you. There's a matter we have to take up at 1:30. That should give you enough time to take care of your lunch, and there's an appointment I think one of you has at noon. So that should give everyone sufficient time to do what they need to do. Members of the jury, you may be excused for lunch. We'll bring you back at 1:45, the rest of you at 1:30. You have that cite with you, Mr. Ashton?
Lynn versus Fossum, found at 946 Southern 2nd 1032. It just had to do with the ability of an expert to testify as hearsay as to the basis of his opinion. That case involved hearsay as far as the statements of other consulting experts, but I believe the principle would apply. I'll have more when we come back.
Okay, we'll be in recess to 1:30. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Okay, both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, with the proffer matter.
Object to any proffer. The court's ruled. We're in a proper line of questioning. I'm not interested in pre-trying my case for the prosecutor to have another look. This has been going on far too often, and I think the court has ruled in our favor. And unless, if the court instructs me to do so, I will do so, but it'll certainly be over our objection.
Well, I don't necessarily think we need a proffer, but if you've read the case that Mr. Ashton cited, as long as the doctor has given his opinions, but if he's just going to simply regurgitate something that's taken out of an article,
which I don't believe he was doing.
Well, I don't know what he's going to do, and I will trust that that's what he's not going to do, because it would be, as the Lynn case says, inadmissible hearsay.
According to his deposition, his only knowledge as to whether commercial products contain chloroform is from internet research. So I will state as an officer of the court that having been asked that question at the deposition, he's indicated that the source of that information is hearsay. So under Lynn and in fact, I looked up, Professor Earhart actually has a section where he discusses Lynn, and I think concludes, as I do, that the ruling in Lynn indicates that a witness cannot testify on direct to the underlying facts that his opinion is based on if those facts are not admissible. Anything that Dr. Ferton would say about his research, internet research, or research to sources about whether certain cleaning products contain certain amounts of chloroform or other products is hearsay. And I believe that my objection was when he started to go into the specific matters that were contained therein, and I believe that Lynn clearly says that that is not admissible.
Well, I'm not going to require proffer, but let's just make sure he does not, because let me tell you what will happen. Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
If it comes out on cross-examination that this is based entirely upon hearsay, then his testimony is subject to being stricken with an instruction to disregard. So you might want to talk with him about it, but I'm not going to require that you proffer, but that's the end result of that, if that occurs. And I don't know what has occurred. I don't know what he's going to be basing his opinion on.
I would just reiterate what the court had said at Sidebar in reference to, and this is the correct interpretation, Your Honor's interpretation is the correct interpretation of Lynn, that if the facts or data are the type reasonably relied upon by experts in the subject, as is the internet, and as is textbooks and different things, all of it comes from hearsay. So if it's reasonably relied upon by experts in this field, then I think it's admissible, and Lynn does not apply. So I don't see how an expert can render an opinion by getting data without getting data as a relation of hearsay. But if it's reasonably relied upon by these experts in their field, then it is purely permissible.
Well, you can get information various ways. One particular example would be as an analytical chemist. If he's examined these products and ran analysis, a scene detail analysis over the year, he studied the chemical composition of common household products, then he can testify that based upon his experience, that's fine. The flip side to that is if I do an internet search and I determine that compound H is basically made up of A and B, and that is the sole basis of my knowledge, and I regurgitate to you simply that, and it is not the sum total of what I've read and what I've researched, then that's where you run into a Lynn problem. I don't know what he's going to say or what the basis is what he's going to say. If this is newfound knowledge and is based solely upon what he read on the internet, well, you don't need an expert to do that. We all could read articles on the internet and come back and talk about it. So
I will call him to see what the basis of his knowledge is.
So I'm not requiring, as you requested, for you to proffer, but we got about 5 more minutes before I told this jury, well, 6 more minutes that we were going to start. So if you want to step outside and confer with him, you can.
Okay. If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Proceed.
Okay, both sides ready to proceed?
Are we proceeding with proffer or proceeding to the jury?
Do with the short proffer.
Okay.
The basis of his knowledge.
You understand I'm not requiring you to proffer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to avoid any further delays.
All right.
Dr. Ferton, can you explain to us the basis of your knowledge on chloroform?
Based on general knowledge of volatile toxic chemicals such as chloroform being present.
And would that be through your education and experience?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, even prior to this case, relied on scientific journals and treatises to gain knowledge on chloroform, where it's found, and in as far as levels are concerned as well?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And at the Fry hearing, you testified from a report. What report, or a study, I should say. What study is that exactly?
I referred to the World Health Organization has reports on toxic chemicals in the environment and in households, and so I referred to the World Health Organization report on chloroform, which lists essentially it's a thorough review of the documents and peer-reviewed articles that refer to chloroform in various environments.
And how many times have you had chloroform show up on samples as you've been, since, I'm sorry, let me strike that. How long have you been using a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer?
About 25 years.
And in those 25 years, have you frequently had chloroform come up as a chemical in some of the samples you've done, both environmental and other types of samples?
I don't recall the exact number, but we've used chloroform as a solvent, and we've also seen chloroform in mixtures.
Now, subsequent, just prior to your getting ready to testify, did you do further research to identify more specific items that you could find chloroform in?
Yes, because in the that World Health Organization report, there were some consumer products that weren't listed in there, and so I did internet searches to see what other references were out there related to consumer products and chloroform. And these internet searches, were they of legitimate scientific journals and articles? It varied. Some I did, through Google Scholar. So there are very some came up as journal articles, some came up as websites where analyses had been reported for different consumer products.
And are these sources reasonably relied upon for forensic chemists to assist them in rendering their decision or opinions?
It would depend on the source. So in some cases, if there isn't a peer-reviewed study published, then I would use the information with caution.
Now, you've been instructed not to refer to those findings that you've had in your most recent internet research. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the opinions that you were about to render and that you will render, provided the court permits, have nothing to do with these recent internet research that you've done, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ashton?
Doctor, have you ever done any research into the presence or levels of chloroform in household products?
No, I haven't.
Is everything you know about which household products contain chloroform and to what extent all based on what you've read from various sources?
Yes. Well, my knowledge and experience as a analytical chemist and the journal articles and government reports that I've read, yes.
Well, if you have never done any research in the presence of chloroform, what experience are you talking about, other than reading?
As an expert in the field of analytical chemistry, that's my life, is separating, identifying, quantifying mixtures, and chloroform is like one of many chemicals.
I understand that.
Yes.
The specific question is your testimony about its presence in common household products and the amount. That is completely based on what you've read, correct? It's not based on any tests you've done.
As are my opinions related to the studies done by Voss and others. Yes, they're based on peer-reviewed journal articles or government reports.
Right. I just wanted to make sure we understood that. Your Honor, I don't know if you want me to argue the
Go ahead.
point. The witness can give an opinion. The difficulty is that Lynn indicates that he's not permitted to announce to the jury the hearsay upon which it's based. So I have no objection to him expressing some opinion, but for him to regurgitate to the jury what he's read, either in preparation for this case or in the past, is a violation of Lynn. Lynn indicates that a witness may not be used as a conduit for hearsay information. If the defense wants the jury to believe that a particular cleaning product is a possible source of chloroform, then they need to present that to the jury in a manner that can be cross-examined, not by someone saying, I read it somewhere. The opinion still comes in. And if I choose to challenge the basis of that opinion, then it may become admissible. But at this point, the defense, according to Lynn, cannot have this witness testify in direct examination and regurgitate the inadmissible parts of his opinion. And if I may quote Mr. Mason's friend, Professor Earhart, just a moment, I'm sorry. Let me see, where was the quote? It's off center 704. At page 6767, this is section 704.1, Professor Earhart states, Lynn has apparently resolved the unsettled issue by determining an expert cannot testify during direct examination to the substance of inadmissible evidence relied upon under 90.704. And for this witness to testify to this jury that this product has this level of chloroform, has this chemical makeup, when that's based upon hearsay, Lynn says would be inadmissible.
Yeah.
I thought this is what we agreed upon at Sidebar before we went to lunch. The court ruled that he could testify about these areas. He's a chemist, an analytical chemist. He analyzes chemistry. This is the way experts, specifically forensic chemists, get their information. He's saying, I did it on, this is based on my opinion and on articles and peer-reviewed journals that I've read. He's not saying, I heard this at the bowling alley, and now I'm going to come and testify about it. Lynn is specific. If it is the type that's reasonably relied upon by experts on the subject to support the opinions expressed. It's exactly what our position was beforehand. He's not to bolster his opinion by citing the journals, and I've instructed him of that. Just state your opinions, end of story. It's based on his experience and research, but not to name the research or to improperly bolster that. So it's like we're going around in circles and chasing our tail here, Judge. You made a ruling. The experts' opinions are based on and reasonably relied upon by experts in his field. And we're just ready to move forward.
Okay, anything else, folks?
No, I think the court understands my argument.
The doctor can give his opinion. He doesn't necessarily need to give the basis of the data relied upon. He can just simply regurgitate what his opinion is.
I've made it clear also to the witness that if he's cross-examined on these specific issues as to where he gets his knowledge from, then he can use and cite the basis of that. Am I correct in that assumption, sir?
You are exactly correct.
Do you understand all the instructions, Dr. Ferton?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We're ready, Judge.
Okay. Let's return the jury. State recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Ferton, where we left off, you were explaining to the jury what types of products that you can commonly find chloroform in. Can you explain to them the different array of products?
Same objection, Judge. This isn't an opinion. Lynn, statement of fact.
Overruled.
The most common place you find chloroform is when chlorine reacts with organic compounds. So when household bleach contains chloroform because of the reaction of the a very strong sodium hypochlorite reacting with organic compounds, usually fragrances or things that might be in the bleach.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Yes. And so, and chloroform itself is a non-polar compound, so it tends to be a higher concentration in non-polar things, which would be fatty type of materials. So you see it in things like butter, oils, cheese, things of that nature.
Okay. And you also said we could find it in water?
Yes, because chlorinated drinking water, because there are organic compounds in drinking water. When it's chlorinated, chloroform is formed.
Now, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, would it pick up chloroform levels in water?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Would it pick up other chemicals that are commonly found in water?
Yes.
As well as cleaning products and everything else, pretty much?
Yeah, any of these what we call volatile or these low molecular weight organic compounds would be detected. Volatile organic compounds.
Now, do you have an opinion after looking at the 5 chemical compounds that Dr. Voss found in this case as to whether those chemical compounds are the makeup of human decomposition?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those opinions are?
Yeah, it's my opinion that using that those 5 compounds are not unique to human decomposition, because 2 of the compounds, chloroform and carbon tetrachloride, are found in household products such as bleach, and the methyl sulfides, the 3 methyl sulfides, or the methyl dimethyl sulfide and the other 2 methyl sulfides, have been reported in decomposing organic matter. It doesn't even have to be another animal, but they've been reported in urban waste trash bins, for example. So they're known not to be unique for human decomposition.
And are there studies that have shown that these organic compounds can be found in trash?
Sustain.
And do you have any other opinions based on those 5, or is that pretty much the sum of it?
Yeah, that's pretty much the sum of it, that we know those 5 are not unique to human decomposition, so cannot be relied upon to make that conclusion.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Have you ever examined the spare tire cover that was tested by Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Move to strike.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Overruled on that basis.
Let me show you a moment.
It's also beyond the scope, Judge.
Response as beyond the scope.
Well, I haven't asked the question yet. But the question I'm going to ask has to do with bleach.
Okay. Overruled at this point.
You see States Exhibit 139.
Yes.
Take it, you would accept the person of my question that this is the spare tire cover that was, portion of which was tested by the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. All right?
Yes.
See any bleach stains on that?
Not that are apparent to me.
Objection, Judge. There's a whole the portion that was,
Overruled.
Judge, the question he just asked him, there's a missing part of that was
Overruled.
inspected.
The chemical reactions that you're referring to that could coincidentally create chloroform don't happen in a vacuum. They don't create just chloroform, do they?
No. Organic compounds, correct.
Particularly the reaction between bleach or the active ingredient bleach and organic compounds creates more than just chloroform. It creates other compounds, correct?
Yes, in fact, carbon tetrachloride is more abundant than chloroform.
Pardon me?
Carbon tetrachloride is even more abundant than chloroform in things like bleach.
Bleach,
So
right.
yeah.
But you would expect that if bleach were spilled upon a dark fabric surface, that the dark fabric surface would reflect some evidence of bleach having been spilled on it, wouldn't you?
Overall?
If the source of the bleach was being placed directly on the carpet, then yes.
All right. Now, but even in that circumstance, there would be other chemical signatures to show that that reaction had occurred between the active ingredient in bleach and organic components. Some specific bromides, I think, were discussed earlier in this trial. Is that correct? Are you familiar with that?
During my testimony?
No. Are you familiar with the other chemicals that are created by the accidental, the process that creates chloroform through the contact between chlorine and organic material creates more than just chlorine? What are the other things it creates?
I know that it can create other things. I don't know of anybody who's done a peer-reviewed study on that, and it wasn't in any of the reports I was asked to review.
So you don't have any idea whether that coincidental reaction that you suggested would have left other indicia that are not in this case, that weren't found. Did you understand my question? That may have been inartfully done.
Yes, no, I understand it. It may have, but that would need to be researched and published in order to use that as part of an analysis.
Did you research to determine whether there are articles in peer-reviewed publications that discuss that accidental creation of chloroform and what else is created?
There were no articles that I came across in my research or that I was made aware of.
Did you find an article in an Iranian journal that discussed that coincidental creation of chloroform? Do you recall that?
No, I never had Iranian. I would think I would have remembered an Iranian journal article.
So your research in this area only went as far as that, yes, it can be accidentally created, but not deeper into what else might be created so we could determine whether it actually happened or not.
No, the fact that there's so many things that can happen is exactly why I have the opinion that I have, which is that this is an ongoing research study that needs to be analyzed in order to make those determinations. One journal article in an Iranian journal wouldn't be sufficient to be relied upon to make a conclusion in a forensic case.
But how many articles are you relying upon in telling this jury that chloroform can be accidentally created through the combination of chlorine and organic compounds? How many articles are you relying on for that you tell this jury?
Well, I just gave one. I have one example article that I put in my report just to give as an example, but there are many, many other sources of chloroform.
And what did that article say about the other compounds that are created by this coincidental creation of chloroform?
I don't recall. As I said, I'm not involved in, I wasn't trying to come up with an interpretation of a particular outcome. The idea was to illustrate that chloroform and carbon tetrachloride were relied upon as two of the 5 compounds to determine that there's a human origin, but we know that they can come from non-human sources.
So you weren't trying to figure out where they actually came from. You were just trying to see if there was some other explanation that you could come up with.
No, I was trying to see where they came from, which is that they did not, and also the reason we compared to other studies is whether they came from a human origin or whether they could come from a consumer origin. But I'm not saying they had to come from bleach. I'm saying there are any number of potential sources that the chloroform could come from. That was one example.
Exactly. And each one of those sources, chloroform comes with something else. Correct?
With everything comes with something else. That's what is involved in chemistry.
In determining whether any particular appearance of chloroform is due to one of those sources, all you have to do is look to see if those other things are also there.
Yeah, that was not done in this study, in this report. That's exactly my point.
And you didn't do it either.
No, because I have the opinion that it's not possible at this moment. It's ongoing research. That would be later on, once compounds are identified. If chloroform were a characteristic compound for human decomposition, then that would be very important to do to see what levels it is relative to things that could be from non-human decomposition.
But as far as whether the chloroform in this case came from someone mixing chloroform and deliberately administering it to a child versus it being created by some accidental reaction, you didn't really go too far into figuring out which one it was. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
The same thing with its presence in butter or cheese. There are other things that should have been found. Let me withdraw that question. Isn't chloroform a carcinogen?
Yes, it is.
And it's in butter and cheese?
Yes, like I said, if you start looking at what toxic chemicals are present in the environment, it can be a little bit scary because they are present at various levels in many common compounds.
In very, very, very small amounts, correct? In the parts per billion range.
Typically a part per billion or a low part per million in some cases.
In what substances does it appear in a low parts per million range?
It would typically be the more fatty materials like cheeses or butters, although some pasta products have also been reported to have high levels.
In low parts per million range?
Yes.
Is there an FDA limit on how much chloroform can be in a product, a food product?
Yes.
What's that limit?
I don't recall the limit off the top of my head.
Is it in the parts per billion range?
Yes, it's in the low level.
Okay. And in water, it appears in drinking water. You're talking about?
Yes, in low levels. You find
in the parts per billion range.
Correct. And sometimes even lower.
Now, let's talk for a moment about some of your PowerPoints. Can we pull up that PowerPoint again and go through it?
What is the exhibit number?
I'll have to defer to counsel on that. I don't recall what the exhibit number is.
Madam Clerk?
I don't think so.
Exhibit FB.
Okay, so let's move on to keep going. We'll just make sure this isn't. Okay, keep going, please. Next, go back. Okay, this slide. This is
Let me put it in
slide number 3.
It's
Whoever's running it. Is it slide 3?
Excuse me. Yes, slide 3.
Okay. If I may publish this slide to the jury.
You may.
Now, you described this slide as a. Oops, we just lost it.
Oh, sorry. I put it in I think it's going into presentation mode.
There we go. You described this slide as a comparison between the variations of the odor signatures of living human beings and dead ones. That'd be correct.
That'd be correct.
So basically what this tells us is that we all smell much more alike when we're dead than when we're alive.
That's correct.
Okay. So this would tend to indicate that, at least potentially, there is some similarity in the odor of human decomposition among all people. Wouldn't that seem to indicate that?
Yes.
Okay. But your point is we haven't yet found that unique set of compounds or percentages of compounds that are unique to human beings. That's your point, correct?
Yes, the compounds and the significance in terms of error rates.
All right. And once jury says I'll unpublish that and go on to another one. Could I go to the next slide? Yes, this is the slide 4. I'll publish this if I may. Now, The interesting thing about this study is your student performed this study for a paper that was just published this year, correct?
Yes, I completed the study with, my student did this under my direction.
Right. But your student's the one that actually went to the morgue and got the samples and analyzed them and all that kind of thing, correct?
That's correct.
Now, what she did was she went to the morgue for the 21 bodies and took a device called a scent transfer unit. This is a device, I think you said it's not to make light of it because it's a serious device, but it sort of looks like a dust buster. Sucks air in through a certain filtering material which seeks to collect the organic compounds for later analysis or examination by a dog. Correct?
Correct. The instrument is used by law enforcement agencies across the country for collecting human scent. We are applying it for a comparison of the human scent, of live human scent to human remains scent.
Now, the particular, though, collection medium that you use for this device is actually inferior to the triple sorbent trap. It's not as good a collection device, correct?
That's, I guess, yeah, that would be an accurate statement.
Yeah. So the triple sorbent trap is likely to collect a great deal more compounds, a more variety of compounds than the filtering device that's used for this study. Correct?
I'd have to speculate, but it typically, depending on the concentration, if you went to lower concentration levels, you would probably collect similar compounds, but the triple sorbent trap would tend to collect a larger amount of the chemicals.
It's more likely to get compounds that appear only in small amounts. Correct?
That's accurate, yes.
Now, in this circumstance, your student that collected these items, basically, the way she did it was she basically held the device over basically the midsection of the corpse for about a minute, allowed air to come through the device, and then sampled the filtering device to see what compounds were found, correct?
Yes, she sampled over the entire body for a period of 1 minute, which is the 1 minute is the same sampling time that is used by law enforcement agencies to sample live human odor.
Now, she did not, though, take control samples of the morgue where she examined the bodies, correct?
No, she did do some samplings away from the body, but there are background when you're dealing with as you can imagine, a morgue or a crematorium. There are compounds associated with human decomposition that are going to be ubiquitous.
That are just going to be there all the time?
Yes.
Okay. So this wasn't done out in a natural environment, either on the ground or anything like that, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And in fact, there was a number of compounds that were found, according to this, in every body in the morgue, but sometimes in one or no bodies in the crematorium, correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't that tend to indicate that those might more likely be background rather than something coming off the body?
That's a possibility.
But she didn't really correct for that in this chart, correct?
No, that's correct. This is ongoing research.
Okay. All right. I think there may be one more I want to go to. Would you go to the next slide?
Next.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just speak about this one for a moment. This particular study, just so the jury's clear, the tuna, chicken, lamb, pork, those are testing of meats processed for human consumption, correct?
Yes, they're the meats from the animal.
But I mean, it wasn't a freshly slaughtered. It was basically she went to a restaurant and got rotted food of various things, or got it from Publix, and then tested it that way. It's processed, correct?
Well, yeah, it's unprepared. It wasn't cooked, but yes, unprepared and then allowed to decompose.
Okay. But this does actually demonstrate a great deal of consistency among human decomposition and a great difference from those animal sources. That's what this chart would seem to indicate, correct?
Yes, and that was the point of the study is to try to look at compounds that would be not only common amongst humans, but different between humans and other species.
And it would seem to indicate that there is a great deal of difference between human and non-human decomposition odors, at least from that chart.
Yes, there does appear to be that.
Next slide, please. Let's go one more. One more.
Oh, I think that was it back maybe?
I wanted the one that's on the big chart, but I know you have it on a slide.
Oh, I have it, think of it at the end.
Where was that? There it is.
Okay.
Now, let me publish that if I may. Now, you testified on direct that each one of these studies was slightly different, and I want to talk about the differences. Which one of the studies that you cite from the literature was the most longitudinal? Longitudinal, in other words, covered a decomposition from a variety of times.
That would be the reference 6 and 7, the Voss studies, which were buried, I believe, 4 buried bodies in each study.
Okay, so Dr. Voss's study is the only one that looked at a longitudinal look at decomposition. All the other studies looked at particular points in time. Is that correct?
It would be in terms of whole bodies. That would be correct. Yes.
Correct. All right. We're going to get to the partial bodies in just a minute. How many of these studies use triple sorbent traps, which we've said was the more robust method of collection?
Well, I don't know if I said it was a more robust method. It's a common method used for environmental sampling.
Whatever word you want to use. Which one of these used that method?
I believe those are the Statheropoulos and the Voss articles.
So those are the 2 papers that use the triple sorbent trap technique.
I believe so, yes.
Is that the best technique to use in obtaining the maximum variety of compounds, even in very minute amounts?
Proper bolstering?
Overall?
It's one method. I don't know that it's the best method. It's a commonly used method, so that it is.
Now, of all of these studies that you cite, how many of them involved decomposition odors from whole bodies as opposed to parts?
From the ones that are listed here, it would be those same 4.
So Statheropoulos and Voss are the only ones on this list that actually look at entire human bodies.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So the Hoffman, Caldwell, Lorenzo, and Tolliver studies were all studies of things typically used for canine training aids. Portions, correct?
Yeah, there'd be portions of a decomposing body at different stages of decomposition.
Like blood?
Yes.
What else?
Blood, usually adipose tissue, bone, oftentimes a early stage decomposition material. Some people will use like placenta or some other human-derived material that's not of the whole body, but that is at a different stage of decomposition.
And this study bears out that those studies that look at decomposition of the entire body find more variation of compounds than those studies that only look at specific parts. Isn't that true?
No, I don't believe that's true. I think when you look at the total list, there are many compounds in most of the studies, and they don't necessarily correlate based on whether it's whole body or body parts.
So you haven't found from this study that Dr. Statheropoulos and Dr. Voss's studies generally found a wider variety of compounds than the other studies that did not look at the entire human body?
Well, I think they find a larger number of total compounds, likely because they were utilizing the triple sorbent trap, as I mentioned, which tends to collect more higher concentration of compounds.
So the fact that a large number of these compounds were only found in Dr. Voss's work may be because Dr. Voss is the only one that looked at longitudinal decomposition and used triple sorbent traps. Isn't that right?
For bolstering.
Overruled.
Doesn't that make sense?
I don't believe so, because Stathropoulos also used triple sorbent trap and didn't see the same compounds.
But did Stathropoulos look at a longitudinal decomposition process? He looked at 1 day, right?
Correct.
Stathropoulos sampled his corpses 1 day,
Correct.
not over 4 years.
Correct. But generally speaking, when a person decomposes and you see people become more similar in terms of the compounds they produce, it doesn't change from day to day. You get a consistency, which is what's happening when you move from a live human to human remains.
Don't you agree that the compounds emanated from decomposition change over time based upon the stage of decomposition?
Oh, yes, you would see the ratios of compounds can change, and some the identity of compounds can change as the decomposition process proceeds.
And of course, of all these studies, how many of these studies looked at anaerobic decomposition? That is, decomposition in an oxygen-limited or deprived environment.
I believe the only in terms of bodies, it would be the Voss studies where he had actually buried his subjects.
So the fact that Dr. Voss found a large number of compounds that other studies did not may be attributed to the fact that he was looking in a different way. Isn't that most probable?
I couldn't say that that's most probable. There's but it could be that a body buried deep could produce some compounds that aren't produced from a body that's, say, at the surface. That's a possibility.
But you would agree the more information that you have about the chemistry of human decomposition, the better someone is able to draw an opinion. More information, the better. Correct?
Yes, that's why the more studies we have, the better in terms of being able to determine the source of human decomposition.
Now, while you state that the chemical analysis of the odor is not sufficient by itself to establish human decomposition, you would agree that the information is helpful in limiting the possible sources of that odor, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, can you tell me, based upon the chemical analysis of the odor, of the substance of volatile fatty acids in the paper towel, the inorganic compounds found in the carpet, and the volatile fatty acid found in the carpet, those 4 items that Dr. Voss's study showed, can you tell us, can all 4 of those be explained by the presence of a dead human body in the trunk of that car?
I would say it's possible to be explained by the presence of a dead human body in the trunk of the car with possibly some additional chemicals present from other materials.
What additional chemicals would you have to have?
Well, the chloroform and the carbon tetrachloride have only been reported in 2 studies, so they could have come from other sources, because otherwise they're inconsistent with the other studies that have been published related to the presence or absence of human remains.
But there are 2 studies that do find both those chemicals in human decomposition, correct?
Yes, by the same person who did this analysis. That's
Right.
correct.
But unless you discredit that study, which you don't, then those could be accounted for by human decomposition. Correct?
Well, I guess I am discounting or discrediting those studies in regard to them being of limited scope and still being ongoing research, and not to the level that you could measure the reliability of the method.
Do you question whether Dr. Voss's studies actually found carbon tetrachloride in chloroform?
I know he
That is in the studies, not in the casework.
Yeah.
Must be allowed to complete his answer.
Doctor, did you finish your answer?
No, not yet.
Go ahead, finish your answer.
Just want to make sure you understood what the question was.
you.
Go ahead.
Yes. In his study, he did not run standards, so he's basing it on mass spectral interpretation, which may or may not be correct. But other than that, I believe he saw those based on the mass spectrum that were produced by his instrument.
Are you now indicating that you have some question about whether his study for the 2004-2008 paper were done thoroughly and properly?
If you want to call it that, I mean, it's just as I explained earlier. Normally, you run standards to look at the retention time and then look at the mass spectrum to confirm the identity. And in the papers, he says that they did not do that. They just relied on the mass spectral patterns.
For counsel's benefit, page. I'm sorry. Do you recall having your deposition taken February 19th of 2011?
Yes.
Page 43, line 6 for counsel. May I approach the witness?
You may.
The portion I want you to read is the highlighted portion. If you'd like to read farther back for context, please feel free. And when you've done that, just let me know.
Okay.
You done?
Yes.
Doctor, it's true, is it not, that, just a moment, should I read it correctly? That in reference to those same studies during your deposition on February 19th of 2011, you said, and I quote, "I'm not saying that the study I believe, was not done properly or not done thoroughly. I'm just saying that it's my opinion that this area is still ongoing research, active research, and the merit has yet to be fully measurable." Isn't that what you said? That study was not done. You said you're not saying it was not done properly or thoroughly. Have you changed your opinion?
No, I'm just adding to it. I mean, I have, in my publications, and in some cases I run with standards. If I'm going to rely on the identity of the compounds, I'll run standards, and I have publications where I rely on the mass spectrum. I'm saying that there's another step that's missing. I'm not saying that it means that the work does not have scientific merit. I'm just saying that there's additional work that really needs to be done.
Can we go back to the slide? Do you have is he running the slides, or are you? Yes.
Nope.
Could you go back to the slide with the study involving the morgue and the crematorium?
With the table?
You know what? I don't think we have the larger table on this one. In the study done that was published recently, it's true, is it not, that you all used the spectral library to identify a number of compounds that you found in your study? Isn't that right?
That's correct. In the table that we published, the top 20 compounds, we ran standards to be sure of the identity, but the others which we found in less than 50% of the cases, we didn't run the standards.
Yet you still published the data, correct?
Yes, because we weren't focusing on those compounds.
Now, what other one single event or substance, other than a decomposing human body, can explain all of the findings of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the 4 things we talked about? Is there any other one thing that could explain all of them other than a decomposing human body?
It would most likely be a combination of things, which would be the consumer products that were reported in the Voss report, which were some petroleum products, for example, that reproduce chemicals like the toluene, as well as a decompositional event that does not necessarily have to be of human origin. That combination could produce similar inorganic compounds, fatty acids, as well as the volatiles that we reported, certainly the 5 volatiles that he relied upon to make his final conclusion.
Well, of course, the 5 volatiles he relied upon, there were other volatiles there that are also associated with human decomposition, correct?
Yes, but he excluded them for various reasons.
Because many of them overlap with gasoline components.
Yes, that was most of them, I believe.
Right. And just because something overlaps with gasoline components doesn't mean it's not partially human decomposition and partially gasoline. They can be additive, correct?
Yes, but you couldn't rely on those compounds for your interpretation.
All right. Let me have just a moment. So tell me the combination is what you're telling us that there is no one single item that can explain all of the findings other than a dead human body. Is that correct?
Well, I'm saying even the of the chemicals that are present there, including the chloroform and carbon tetrachloride, could be from a human body plus other residues of other products, consumer products, or background materials. It's the same thing could be the case if you had decomposing either an animal or decomposing other organic matter in combination with consumer products could produce similar chemicals.
But you have to ignore the peer-reviewed literature in order to say that, because the peer-reviewed literature says that carbon tetrachloride and chloroform can both come from decomp. Isn't that right?
2 papers say that, and 6 papers don't report those compounds. So
are there 2 papers that show it peer-reviewed?
Be allowed to finish his answer.
I thought he was. I'm
Did
sorry.
you finish answering the question?
No. You'd actually have to ignore the peer-reviewed literature to make that conclusion and just rely on only 2 papers published by the person who actually did the analysis.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor. Do you recall giving a second deposition Saturday?
Yes, I do.
For counsel's benefit, this is at page 88, line 1. Question starts at line 1 here, and the answer.
Yes.
So on Saturday, I asked you the following question.
The witness has not expressed This is not an inconsistent statement, nor has he expressed any inability to recollect what happened on Saturday.
I believe it is inconsistent, Your Honor. I'll be happy to show
Let me
it.
see it. I don't have a copy of that deposition. May I see? Court reporter? Objection overruled. May I ask the,
So-
may proceed.
At your deposition on Saturday, I asked you the following question. We were talking about this idea of the accounting for the findings of the Voss report. Sure. Page 88, line 1. Question. Basically, the presence of a human body in the trunk of that car decomposing could explain all of those findings. In other words, could be the cause of and explain all of those findings. Could be, and you answered yes.
Yes, they could be.
Well, today you seem to be saying no, that they couldn't be.
I was only referring to the idea of that only one event, that it could, whether there would be only one, essentially one contributor to the odors. That's what I was referring to, related to other chemicals that were present. But that would still be my answer, that it could be based on everything that's there would be consistent.
Okay, well, I ask you if all of the findings could be caused of and explained by the presence of a decomposing human body, and you said yes, they all could be explained.
The answer. The witness has clarified his answer.
Response?
Your Honor, I apologize, I was reading. Could counsel repeat it? I apologize, I got lost in trying to find something.
He said the witness has clarified his answer and there's no need to continue.
I'm not sure that's a legal objection, Judge. I don't know.
My legal objection is proper impeachment.
No, Your Honor, I'm exploring with the witness exactly what was asked and exactly what he answered.
And it's also argumentative.
Okay. Overruled, but let's get to the point and move on.
So the question I had was, my question was very specific, that all of the findings could be explained, and you said yes. Are you now saying something different?
No, what I was saying is there were other compounds I indicated in the trunk, the gasoline as one. So a decomposing human body with other compounds like gasoline, which actually could have chlorinated compounds as well, would be consistent. So I was, when you ask, could all the results in this particular case be consistent with it? The answer is yes. When I was clarifying, could only one event, I was separating
Right.
what, if you had only that and nothing else, that's what I was referring to.
But you
that it would
did
be.
acknowledge that the presence of a decomposing human body alone would explain all these findings. You don't have to add anything to it. That alone is enough, correct?
Well, I was saying there are compounds which I don't know that have been, I have not been reported by other researchers that were present that may not be consistent with decomposition. So the answer is yes, it could be.
Now, can you tell the jury any other single event or thing that could explain all of the findings from the trunk, other than a decomposing human body?
Now, I think I mentioned earlier it would be a combination of events. It could be a non-human decompositional event, as well as other compounds being present from either household products or chemicals such as gasoline that were present in the trunk would combine to produce a similar mixture, but not one single event.
So, what of the things that were actually found in the trunk, can you construct a cause for the findings of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory from what was found in the trunk?
Well, all I had available to me was looking at the picture of the pieces of the materials from the garbage that had been already spread out and taken from the bag. But if there was a bag of rotting trash in the trunk and it had those items, could be various contributors. The dairy products such as cheese and the Velveeta cheese, the meat such as pork and beef that were present in the, could be present as residues in the salami package, could potentially contribute the inorganic compounds, the fatty acids, as well as the volatiles. But that's just speculation because it's there are no peer-reviewed articles that have done detailed background studies on these, and that's one of the main issues with trying to use this kind of a method at the present time is we don't have a strong database of background materials in order to look at the reliability of the method.
But you do agree that something was decomposing in the trunk of his car?
Yes.
Yes. So something's decomposing. The question is, what is it? Correct?
That's correct.
Now, from the things that we know are in the trunk, what is there that you believe, is there anything in there that you believe can account for all of the findings of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory? If so, tell me what it is.
I believe I just answered that.
Okay. Well, let's talk first about the, I believe in your, let's go, can you show me the slide with the garbage? Okay. May I publish?
You may.
So you mentioned two things. The first is this salami package that I want to talk about, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that there is no meat in that package?
That's correct. There would only be residues present.
And you would agree that a little residue in the bottom of this package is not going to be enough to create an odor that will permeate an entire trunk and be detectable by the methods used. Right?
From that one thing, I don't know what I didn't see the trash as it was all together, but just by itself, it would be unlikely to produce a substantial odor unless the salami came out and was decomposing somewhere else and disappeared or something. But just that package by itself, if it were empty and put in the trunk.
Well, the other things you mentioned are these Velveeta remnant, for lack of a better word, correct? Now, do you know if there was any, well, first of all, do you know if how much of Velveeta is actually a milk product? I don't, I'm just asking.
It actually, believe it or not, does have main ingredient is milk and milk fat, but not very much cheese.
Not very much cheese. Do you know how much actual product there was in that package?
I can only tell from the picture it doesn't look like very much.
Well, let's look at it.
You may.
This is obviously after it was altered and has no bearing on the chemical signature.
Overruled.
Let me just ask you a question. And do you believe that whether this Velveeta package was wet or dry would substantially affect whether it would give off odors on decomposition?
From a particular stain, because if you have wet...
No, I mean the item itself.
The individual item?
That cheese package. Would it affect its decomposition whether it was wet or dry?
Yes.
Okay. Would it still give off decomposition odors even if it was dry?
It would be substantially less. It's going to...
Now, let's look at... I'm going to pull out 20, 21, and 22. 22. Then let's let us see what we got. This is the bag label 22 from State's Exhibit 136. Okay. Take a look at that item and tell me if you see any actual food product in that item.
It doesn't appear.
So you would agree that this box from Velveeta Rotonian cheese with broccoli would not create a decomposition odor such as found in the car, correct? This item wouldn't.
That item, as it is now,
Right.
I would say it wouldn't produce a substantial odor.
I'm now opening 21. Again, take a look at that. Does that appear to contain any food product?
No, just residue of something, but no actual food product that's apparent.
Would you expect this item to give off any aspect of the decomposition odor found in this case? This item.
Well, not in its present state.
In its present state. Well, I mean, in any state.
Well, if it was wet and there was any decompositional event going on and that water pooled into a trash can or pooled into a trash bag and pooled into a stain in a carpet, it could be.
But there's no organic matter in this to rot, correct?
I don't know. I would have to test it. We're talking about residues, not visible amounts. The residual odor is not necessarily visible to the naked eye. So.
And is it your testimony that? No, let's go on to number 20 first. Take a look at that. This is number 20. Any food product you see in there?
No, just some very soiled box.
Soiled box. So, as a soiled box, this would not tend upon decomposition to give off the chemical signature found by the Oak Ridge test, would it?
If it were stained with the same inorganics and fatty acids that came from the Velveeta wrapper that is shown in the picture. I mean, in the photographs I have from the trunk show the actual Velveeta
The foil package.
foil package.
Let's see if we can
Right.
find it. All right. Here we have number 26. Take a look at that.
Yeah.
So
It's the foil wrapper with cheese residue on the inside.
may I pass this around to the jury, Your Honor?
This is clearly altered evidence, and it's been established through the record.
Objection overruled as in evidence. You may.
I just moved to put all the stuff back.
You may.
Doctor, you would agree with me, would you not, that there is not sufficient organic material in any of the things that we have just looked at to create the level of decomposition odor in this vehicle? Wouldn't you agree?
No, I couldn't say that with certainty. I mean, that material obviously had what looked like rotted cheese residue on the inside. That material would be consistent with the same fatty acids and inorganics that were reported in the report that I read. Now, whether that one thing or whether that contributed is speculation, which is what I believe was being done in the report, which we don't know enough about the background materials and what was the source of that stain. We don't know. I'm just saying they could be contributors. I'm not saying that they were the source of it.
Well, I mean, we've gone through the only things that were in the trunk, in the trash, correct? As far as you know.
As far as I know, yes.
And you would agree with me that what is in that garbage bag is not sufficient to have created the odor that came from that trunk.
It's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, would that trash that we saw, that limited amount of organic material, in your opinion, be sufficient to leave a smell in the vehicle 2 years after it was removed?
What I saw, what was
you
left,
saw.
I think that would be unlikely.
Now, you also have expertise in human detection canines, correct?
On the scope of direct.
I believe he testified on direct about his work with human detection canines.
That's not certain. That's not true, Judge. In fact, he gave no opinions under direct examination having anything to do with canines. The only issue discussed with canines was through his qualifications.
Overruled.
And in fact, you were provided with documentation about the human detection canines used in this case, were you not?
Sustained.
Now, you would agree that the substances that we have just discussed would not be such that a well-trained and maintained human remains detection dog would alert on.
Excuse me, Mr. Ashton. The court has sustained this objection in this line of questioning.
Goes to the nature of the odor. He's an expert.
No, it does not, Judge. We may
Objection
reapproach.
sustained.
Then we will reserve the right to recall him. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes.
You say that there was a bleach stain on this carpet?
I said it, none that was apparent to me, and I never purported that in my
Did you ever testify that there was a bleach stain on that carpet?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, you talked about chloroform levels. I don't understand. Why didn't you go to Iran and get that study or that paper?
Oh, I wasn't sure which study Mr. Ashton was referring to.
Mr. Ashton cited a paper in Iran, an Iranian, I guess, journal, Why don't you read that one
Yeah,
to base your opinions?
I may have read, I'm not sure which paper he was referring to, but I only relied on the articles that I had at my disposal. I'm sure there are many articles out there that I'm not aware of, and we'd be happy to read those as well.
And the ones that you used to rely on your opinions were on recognized scientific journals here in the United States?
I mean, they're peer, journals that are listed as peer reviewed and listed in citation index. So,
and that Iranian paper was not amongst them?
I don't know. I'd have to see exactly what the reference is.
Okay. Now, can we see slide 3 again with the different chemical compounds? That one. Oop, go back. That one. Now, Mr. Ashton pointed out that these are the more unique chemical.
That's not the slide that I referred to. I referred to the one with the animals on it.
This is the slide that he referred to.
Overall.
These chemical compounds, sir, that you cite to here, are they any of the 5 chemicals that Dr. Voss cited in this case?
No, they're not.
So everything here that is unique to human decomposition were not found by Dr. Voss in this case.
Objection to the fact, not in evidence, that these are unique to human decomposition.
I would say that these are compounds from our study that we found to be consistent with subjects we did. And they're different from what we were using in this case.
And none of the 5 that Dr. Voss found in this case are here.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Ashton talked about longitudinal, I think I'm going to bumble the word just as much. The longitude studies, right? Done
Longitudinal
by Dr.
studies,
Voss.
correct.
And what he means by that is a long period of time.
Yes, we'll be going through all the stages of decomposition.
Studying human decomposition. In fact, the first paper was done on 4 years, right?
Yes.
And then the other paper was done on another 4 years.
Sustained.
How long was the second paper, sir?
I don't recall the exact length of time. I know they used 4 bodies in each study, and they sampled over a period of time with a hood over the grave.
Would the chemical composition of a buried remain 7 years or 4 years or 2 years or even 1 year be relevant to this case?
Objection to an opinion on what's relevant to legal opinion.
Sustained. What's relevant?
In your opinion, sir, would the chemical composition of a body that's buried for over a year assist you in rendering an opinion on this case?
Objection, that's a Caden violation.
I think
I could explain more at the bench.
You can.
Dr. Ferton, in your opinion, would the chemical composition of a body that's buried for over a year have anything assist you in any way in evaluating the evidence in this case?
In terms of actual interpretation of this case, it'd probably be of limited use, although I think it's important to look at the body of knowledge related to whole bodies, portions of bodies, and the stage of decomposition, since it's uncertain in this case what stage of a decompositional event may have been present. But it is known that buried remains will vary compared to above ground remains.
The chemical composition is different from bodies that are buried versus ones that are on the ground. That's what you're saying.
Yes, there are limited publications, but there are indications that there are some similarities, but there are differences as well.
Now, are you aware that Kaylee Marie Anthony was last seen on allegedly on June 16th, and the car was towed the car was left at the Amscot on June 27th?
Yes.
Basically, we're talking about 9 days, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Voss's first paper didn't do its first reading until 17 days?
Object. I think it's 11 days, not 9.
Oh, excuse me.
16 to 7.
Sorry. 11. Are you aware that the first readings in the 2004 paper were not read until 17 days later?
I didn't recall that, but I know it was.
Now, Dr. Voss, after 8 years of studying human decomposition in this longitudinal study, ended up having a conclusion as to the uniqueness of the chemicals found. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his conclusion was as to the chemical compounds and their uniqueness to human decomposition?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustain.
In reviewing these materials and this study, do you have an opinion as to whether these chemical composition, the chemical composition of decomposition is unique?
Objection asked and answered and beyond the scope of cross.
Overrule, I'll let him ask it again.
Yes, based on the work we have done and review of the peer-reviewed literature, it's known that the 5 compounds that were in the end relied upon as the most important compounds for Dr. Voss to make his conclusion are known not to be unique to human decomposition.
Now, there was quite a bit of questioning by...
The last statement of the witness.
Sustain.
And ask the jury to disregard.
Jury's instructed to disregard the last statement by the witness. Next question.
There was quite a bit of discussion during cross-examination with Mr. Ashton that you answered questions in relation to what else could accommodate or could account for these chemicals being in the trunk. Do you recall that line of questioning? Okay. Would that include a bag of garbage in the trunk for 3 weeks?
Objection without specification of what bag of garbage and what's in it.
Sustain.
The bag of garbage. The bag of garbage that you saw photographs of, and you had a list of the items found. Would that account for many of the compounds that were discovered?
They could be contributors to the compounds that were reported in the studies.
And could additional contributors be chemicals that were already in the trunk before the trash ever got there?
Objection, hypotheticals not based on facts and evidence.
I think counsel gave numerous hypotheticals.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Do you know what the chemical composition of the trunk was before the garbage went in there?
No, I don't.
Okay. And would you have to know those things to be able to answer some of these questions?
Yes, in order to get a accurate analysis. Yes.
Now you mentioned that something was decomposing. That could also be garbage decomposing, correct?
Objection without specification of what's in the garbage.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Sure. I'd like to show you Dr. Ferton states, Defense Exhibit C, which both photographs have been entered into evidence. Do you see the garbage from the photo on the right versus the photo on the left?
You may.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you see, and can you see whether the photo on the left is an altered version of what's on the right?
Sustain.
Do you see any differences between what's on the right and what's on the left. I think.
Overruled.
Yeah, it appears that the garbage has been removed and spread out onto a long table.
Now, there are no photographs, or you have not seen any photographs of this garbage spread out, correct?
Correct. The only photographs I saw were the image to your left.
And you don't know if while spreading these items out or before putting them into a dry room that food items might have been thrown away. So does
Overruled, he can answer the question.
I'm not aware of that.
In fact, would you say that these items of trash are pretty clean?
Photograph speaks for itself.
So does the trash he showed.
Overruled. Let's have a question and answer, folks.
You can answer.
Could you repeat the question, please?
This trash appears to be pretty clean.
Yes, it does.
Not exactly the trash you would see in a garbage bag of 3 college students, would you?
Sustain.
Now,
No, it's the bag of trash over near the witness stand.
This is probably a good time to take our afternoon recess. Regular recess is special. Okay, we'll take a recess till 25 to the hour. We'll be in recess. Okay, both sides ready to proceed.
yes, sir.
Let's return to jury. State recognized presence of jury. Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Ferton,
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of items of this trash. Show you number 10. Can you see what appears to be chewing tobacco spit on the edge of that?
Yes, it's a brown substance. I take your word for it that it's chewing tobacco spit.
Do you see any chew in there or spit?
No, it appears to be empty.
So, in fact, do you see any of it if you look in there?
Looks like you can see the bottom of the can.
But you see plenty on the outside.
Yes.
So either the person wasn't a very good shot.
Objection calls for speculation. Move to strike.
Sustain.
And it's no longer here, correct? It's evaporated or emptied out.
I didn't see it in there.
And you see this box of Velveeta number 21 that Mr. Ashton showed you?
Yes.
Now there's some kind of purple staining there, right?
Yes, some sort of residue.
Okay. Do you know where that is? Or is it still there other than stained?
It just looks like dried residue.
So whatever was there is no longer in this box, correct?
At least there's nothing visible to the naked eye other than the
Now, do you see
dry
any,
residue.
I'm sorry.
Other than the dry residue.
Do you see any maggots or puparia there?
I have to object. I'm not sure the witness is qualified to identify those items.
Have you ever seen maggot puparia before in all of your human decomposition studies?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you identify, I'm not going to ask you to identify the insect, but do you see some insect activity there?
A little bit, yes.
Could I counsel point to that again?
It's right there.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Something attracted those insects to that, correct?
Yes.
Whatever that something is no longer there.
Objection. Seems to affect not in evidence.
Sustained.
I would agree with that.
I'm sorry, counsel just had a comment. I'm not sure I.
Let's move on, folks.
Now, these Velveeta cheese containers that Mr. Ashton showed you. See
Yes.
them? Do you see that black powder that's outside of them?
Yes.
Does that appear to you to be fingerprint powder?
That's what it felt like, yes, when after I handled it.
And of course, you can't take fingerprints from wet items, can you?
Objection. Outside this witness's area of expertise.
Sustained.
Dr. Ferton, the chemical composition of that trash as it was when it was collected and in the photograph of the wet version would have been much stronger than what it is 3 years later after being put in a dry room, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, sir, has science advanced or evolved enough to be able to identify signature compounds for what constitutes human decomposition?
In my opinion, it hasn't, at least not to the level that we can say with any confidence and give a error rate associated with making that determination.
And this is your life's work?
Objection. Bolstering.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Recross?
Dr. Ferton, it is the property of odors that the primary source of the odor always has the strongest odor, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'll rephrase it. If a particular odor is coming from decomposition of a particular object, the strongest smell is closest to the object, correct?
Yes, typically the source will, or the odor will emanate from, depending on the situation, but typically it will come from the highest concentration in one location.
And when the source is moved, the highest concentration of odor goes with the source, correct?
It depends. If there are, say, many objects that have an odor and you move them out, then they will all have contributing odors. But
if the odor in this trunk came from that garbage bag, when you took the garbage bag, the odor would go with it, correct?
I would think the odor would go with it unless there was residue also left on the carpeting that the bag was on.
But certainly the substantial amount of the odor would go with the bag. Some residue might be left behind.
This question has been asked and answered 3 times.
Overruled.
If something, say, dripped from the bag, some of the residue might be left behind and exude the odor, but the substance of the odor would go with the bag, correct?
Compound question.
Overruled.
If the bag was, as you say, if there was a leak in the bag, then the odor would remain. If the bag was intact and was removed, then the odor should move. The majority of the odor should be contained and move with the bag.
And in all of the reports and witness statements that you have reviewed in this case, has anyone ever said that that bag had a strong offensive odor similar to human decomposition?
Objection beyond the scope and calls for speculation.
Sustain, rephrase your question.
You reviewed reports of crime scene technicians and other police reports in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did any of those reports in any way reflect that the odor similar to human decomposition was emanating from that bag by anyone that picked it up or touched it?
And not in any of the reports that I read.
No further questions.
May witness be excused.
Yes, sir. Subject to recall, Your Honor.
You're excused, subject to recall.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
And the doctor can go on back to his home and
Right.
we'll call.
Okay, thank you.
The defense may call their next witness.
Sergeant John Allen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name is John Allen, John-Allen, and I'm a sergeant with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Sir, how long have you been with the Orange County Police Department?
Since 1981.
And as in that capacity as a sergeant, were you the supervising sergeant in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants F, D, and FE, and ask you to recognize those items.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And were you asked to bring them to court with you today?
Actually, I was asked while I got here to have them brought here, so I contacted somebody in forensics and asked them to deliver them here.
What are those items, sir?
The one with that's marked 4W073 is two videotapes. These videotapes, we received them from Mr. James Hoover when we interviewed him in the parking lot of a Publix on December the 18th, 2008. The other envelope contains a single videotape that we received from Mr. Hoover when we interviewed him at the law office of Bill Schaefer with his attorney, John Ligori, on January the 7th, 2009.
Now, you obviously have had a chance to review all three of those tapes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's been some time, but I looked at them. We actually had them transferred to a disk, and we looked at them.
All right. What format are those original tapes in?
I think I told you outside they were 8 or Super 8. I'm not real familiar with video, but they're marked mini DV videotape.
And under your supervision as the supervising sergeant in this case, were they copied to compact disc?
Yes, ma'am. I took them to our training section. We have an AV specialist over there, and I had him transfer them to a CD.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, let me tell you what's been marked as a composite exhibit FC for identification. Are those compact discs then prepared, are identical to the original disc that you received from Mr. Hoover in December of 2008 and January of 2009?
I didn't receive discs from him. I received the tapes and then had them copied to DVD. I believe these DVDs are copies of the tape. I believe they're copies of copies that were made at the state attorney's office.
Correct. And are they identical to the original tape that you received from Mr. Hoover?
As they're marked, I assume so, because one of them is marked Parade, which would be one video that Mr. Hoover told us that he had taped over when we first spoke with him. The other one says Bad Color Search, so I'm assuming that one is the one he said where he began to take the search and then stopped and looked at it and realized it had some sort of strange tint to it. And then the other one is that says Search Woods and House. I'm assuming is the one that we got from him later when he called us to tell us to actually give us the tape that he did not give us on December the 18th.
And you were aware today that those discs were being prepared for this case by the state attorney's office today?
Yes, ma'am. We spoke outside, and I believe Ms. Drain-Burdick said she would have them brought over Initially, I thought they were bringing the disc that we copied them to. They only brought the tapes, and so these are the states copies of the state's copy that we had provided them when we submitted the package.
Thank you, sir. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Sergeant Allen, this James Hoover individual
Yes, ma'am.
is somebody who was affiliated with another person by the name of Dominic Casey, correct?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Okay. And you knew Dominic Casey from the inception of this case to be an investigator with Mr. Jose Baez, correct?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. I knew Dominic Casey. Initially, I believe he was hired by the defense or was working for Mr. Baez, and then later worked for the Anthony family.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Mr. Casey worked for Mr. Baez's law firm from July of 2008 until early October of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
That he was not employed necessarily by anybody, again, until he became affiliated with the Anthony family, George and Cindy Anthony, into November and afterwards of 2008.
I believe he was working for Mr. Baez. I don't know that he was being paid. There was some argument over that, I believe, but my understanding was that he was working as a member of the defense team up until the time they had a falling out, and then he continued to stay on the case and worked for the Anthony family.
All right. Well, Mr. Hoover was not somebody that you had been dealing with since close to the beginning of the investigation. That was Dominic Casey, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mr. Casey was an individual who would email information to you regarding the location of a live Kaylee Anthony for many months, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We went back and forth with them during the search for her and also the search for the original suspect, Zanny the nanny.
Now, Mr. Hoover came to your attention because he was trying to sell these videos to some sort of media outlet, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we first heard he was trying to sell them to the National Enquirer.
Right. And at some point, you either intervened or he came to your attention.
Well, we heard from Mr. Hoover on the 18th of December when he wanted us to talk to a woman who had been who had reported to be driving down the road and just had seen a trash bag in the woods. And so we went and met.
I'm going to object any out-of-court statements made by Mr. Hoover.
Sustain.
Now, you had testified that originally 2 videotapes were turned over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office on 12/18/2008.
Yes, ma'am. They were turned over to me in the parking lot of the Publix when Special Agent Nick Savage from the FBI and myself interviewed Mr. Hoover.
Was it your understanding that these videotapes were supposed to have all of the information that Mr. Hoover possessed that was relevant to your investigation?
Sustain.
You later found out that there was additional evidence in Mr. Hoover's possession or an additional tape, correct?
Sustain.
Did you receive another tape at a different point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've reviewed that tape?
Yes, ma'am.
That tape contained information different than the 2 tapes that were originally provided to the Orange County Sheriff, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Did Mr. Hoover ask you all for any money?
Well, overrule as to that question.
I don't believe he ever asked us for money. He complained. Sorry.
Question calls for a yes or no answer.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Sir, you were talking about some dates and times regarding Dominic Casey. You indicated, I believe, that it was your understanding that he originally was doing some work for the Bloise law firm.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the exact date of the termination?
I believe it was in, if you have the transcript of our interview with him, he did tell us, I believe it was in October.
October
Of 2000.
1.
Of 2000, yes, ma'am, of 2008.
Okay, October 1, 2008. And the information you have on that, it's not personal knowledge, it's information that you received from Mr. Casey himself, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and it was on October 1st then that Mr. Casey began working directly with Cindy and George Anthony?
I don't recall the specific date in October of 2008. I do recall from the interview with Mr. Casey that it was in October. It was either October 1st or October 30th. It seems it was at the beginning or the end of a month, but I don't recall the specific date.
Well, once again, that would be information that you received from Mr. Casey.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any personal knowledge of that?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
May the sergeant be excused? Thank you, Sergeant Allen. You may be excused, sir. Hand those exhibits back to the clerk. The defense may call in next witness.
Let's call James Hoover.
Stand here, raise your right hand and answer out loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
This way, sir.
James Hoover, James Hoover.
Mr. Hoover, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
What is your occupation?
Licensed private investigator.
And when did you first get involved in this case?
July 2008.
Okay. And in what capacity?
As a private citizen, basically.
Okay. How does a private citizen get involved in this case?
My youngest son asked me to help Jordan's.
Don't tell us.
Sorry.
Don't tell us about what other people have told you. Just
take your time and speak a little slower so the court reporter can hear you, sir.
Sorry.
You were involved in this case as a private investigator.
Well, I'm a licensed private investigator, but I went down as a private citizen.
Okay. And did you eventually become a private investigator for someone in this case?
I provided services a private investigator would normally provide, yes.
For who?
Jordan and Cindy Anthony.
Okay. And when did you begin this?
I think it was right around the end of August, beginning of July. Beginning of August, end of July.
And how did you do this? You knocked on the door? How did this come about?
Just basically went down and volunteered my service to Mr. Anthony while he was in the front yard. And I just introduced myself, told him I was a private investigator, and offered my assistance.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
I know you're a little nervous, but slow it down a little bit.
No, I just always talk fast.
Okay, Mr. Hoover. So they accepted?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what kind of things did you do for George and Cindy Anthony?
Primarily, just came down in the evenings, and there was a lot of harassment going on in front of their house, and just basically kept the people harassing them away, like a buffer.
Okay. Did you act as a bodyguard or something?
Pretty much.
Okay. And did you also assist them in following up any tips?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do this in conjunction with a man by the name of Dominic Casey?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you what's listed as Defense Composite FC. Now, you've had an opportunity to review these items, have you not, sir?
I had my originals, not the copies.
Right, and you had, the originals were on a
Tape.
From your video camera, I will show you defense FE and FD.
Yeah, look inside these.
Take a peek inside there and see if you recognize those items.
Well, it's not labeled, but it looks like one of the tapes that I turned over.
Okay, what about the other?
Yeah, again, it looks like one of the tapes I turned over, but not labeled by me.
Okay. And as it relates to composite FC, someone from my staff is giving me the opportunity to review these tapes, right?
No, sir. I saw just a couple minutes of one.
Is it fairly and accurately depict the video that you took with Dominic Casey?
The first 20 seconds of it did.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, we would move defense FC into evidence. If there's any objection.
What says the state?
No objection to the first 20 seconds.
All right, Judge.
Just a second. Is it longer than the first 20 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Approach
It's approximately 2 minutes.
Members of the jury, there's going to be a brief legal matter we need to take up outside of your presence. We'll get back with you as quickly as possible. You may be seated. Okay, has he had an opportunity to look at both tapes?
Yes, he's looked at it.
And I take it he can authenticate both tapes.
Yes, he can. Well, I can ask him right now to make sure we're
No, I just want to be sure.
Mr. Hoover, you have an opportunity to see the tape.
Yes, sir.
CD is a fair and accurate representation of what
Yes,
it
sir.
depicts.
Okay, let's return to jury. Karen.
Right.
Okay, state recognized presence of the jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
You may continue.
Mr. Hoover, have you had an opportunity to review the tape?
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what it depicts?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, we would move defense, I think, FC into evidence.
What says the state?
No objection.
Be received in evidence as defense exhibit number.
Number 62.
Mr. Hoover, this tape was videotaped 1 month before Kaylee's remains were found?
Approximately, yes.
And did Mr. Casey know you were videotaping him?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish the tape to the jury.
You may publish.
Let's make sure. Okay. Where is this location, sir?
Suburban Drive.
Okay. And where exactly in relation to where Kaylee was eventually found is this?
The first couple.
Are you aware of
Sustained.
Are you aware of eventually where Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains were found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to wait till we get a better photo, but I'm going to stop and ask you if you can identify the general vicinity. Let's stop. Can we go back a little bit? Right there. There. Can you identify from this area the general vicinity of the wooded area where Kaylee was found?
Would you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Can you identify from this photograph the general vicinity of where Kaylee was found?
Yes, sir.
Where? Can you indicate on your screen? Just touch it. It has a marking. If you touch the screen, it'll highlight it.
You want me to mark where I believe she was found?
Yes, where you believe she was eventually found.
Objection to the defendant's, the witness's belief as to where the remains were found, as opposed to his personal knowledge.
Sir, on December 11th, did you watch news reports of the area of where Kaylee was eventually found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you compare what you saw to what you're looking at now?
Yeah, it appeared that she...
The foundation, Your Honor, this witness has no personal knowledge of the exact location where the remains were found. His knowledge based on news reports or what somebody else told him is improper.
I did not ask the witness for the exact location, Judge. I asked the general vicinity.
Objection sustained. You can ask him where he searched.
Okay. Where, well, we'll go ahead. Where in this area did you search?
Well, initially, we walked the length of Suburban Drive from where my car's parked at this point. All along there and looked in. We were looking for pavers, and specifically we're looking for 3 pavers. And we walked along the road there. I think there's like 5 poles there, and we walked the length of 4 of them, starting at the Hope Spring, then going down towards the school.
Is there a long wooded privacy fence right around here? Long wooded fence from the home there.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And how far? Hope Spring Drive would be right over here, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you search from the fence all the way over?
Not quite to the fence, probably closer to the first pole there.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play.
James Hoover of DNA Investigations, Longwood, Florida.
And what is this location that we're at now?
This is, I guess, probably about 2 or 3 blocks away, just on the other side of a fence. If you went in a direct line, you couldn't because there are fences there, probably within 50 yards, 60 yards of where I initially parked my car. It's about 50 to 60 yards from where I had parked my car initially, as you just saw.
And why are you looking in black plastic bags?
Well, Mr. Casey said that.
Don't tell us what he said to you. What are you looking for in black plastic bags?
He was looking for Kaylee's remains.
Is that a plastic bag right there?
Yep.
Let me stop you there. Where is this wooded area, sir?
We had left that house and went back to the wooded area right there off of the Suburban. We had entered in close to where you had seen Dominic earlier on the film, on the video.
Plastic bag right here. Plastic bag right here.
How far into the woods are you here?
At this point, probably about 15 feet.
And what is that Mr. Casey just lifted up?
There's a blanket that we found initially.
That's more like a bath.
What kind of blanket?
I'm not sure. It's a small blanket. It's small.
Is that fender? See that fender?
Yeah.
Now, is this the next day?
Yes, sir. This is the second day. It's November 16th.
And is Hope Spring Drive behind you guys or in front of you guys?
Hope Spring is behind us. I had parked down on the side where Kaylee's remains were found, closer to where she was eventually found. It's my car parked right there. I'm just getting some stuff out of the trunk.
Okay. So, is this your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're saying you were parked right next to where Kaylee's remains were found?
Down a little bit. Down.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has no personal knowledge. Move to strike the question from counsel.
Objection sustained.
How far away from the privacy fence are you here parked right now?
Well, I was basically going by the number of poles. I guess there are utility poles there. And I believe there were 5, and I parked right at about the third pole down.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you fence 57.
No, I object because of the markings that are already on the drawing.
Let me see. Okay, what's the exhibit number? Just have it marked.
Your Honor.
It's published to the witness, I believe. You can publish to the jury.
Thank you, sir.
It's up.
Mr. Hoover, do you see Hope Spring Drive right here?
Oh, yes, sir.
And Suburban Drive right here?
Yes, sir.
I guess this street here. Can you point to where, and do you see the privacy fence here?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you parked your car the second day?
Second day?
Yes.
Right here.
And can you also show us where the areas where you searched both the first and the second day?
Okay, I don't know how far looking for the poles is kind of like as a marker for myself.
I'm going to zoom out a little bit to give you a better. Just draw a circle of the areas that you think you covered.
Without actually knowing where those poles are, it would be hard.
Okay. All right, why don't we start from where you parked? In the video, you indicated that you parked right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll continue. And how far would you say you are from the privacy fence there?
I don't know, 75 feet maybe, 100 feet tops.
Okay. I'd like to continue playing the video if I can. Yes.
Can it be public?
Here it is, right here.
Let's go. Did you just see that fallen tree that was there, sir? Back it up slightly.
Back it up a little bit. I see the papers that we were looking for. This is one of the sites that we were trying to find.
That right there.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Did you search around that area?
Oh, yeah. It's right on the video.
Okay.
It's right there on the video.
Okay, go on.
There's 3 cinder blocks right there.
It wouldn't be right here at the beginning of the going.
Okay, I'll follow you. There's 3 more over there. That's over there.
Yeah, Marion. Find it with the summer.
Careful.
What is Mr. Casey doing with that
He was excuse me, he was probing, thought her remains might have been buried. He was probing for remains.
Again, another shovel.
Too many roots.
Are you now back at that house?
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3.
Is that a conclusion of the video, sir?
I believe so.
Now, I'd like to show you again defense FF and have you mark on the map where you parked that second day. May I approach the witness?
You may.
This is Hoover Spring, that's Suburban. And there's the fence. Can you please put an X where you parked your car?
Okay,
That
where's
second day. If this is Hope Spring Drive,
Yeah.
this is Suburban, this right here is the privacy.
okay, this is the school here?
Yes.
Okay.
Indicating to the witness what's where.
Mr. Bayer,
Just giving them generalities.
judge sustained up, continue to do that.
Yes, sir. Okay. Can you place your name up here? And date it.
Today's the 28th. What's today's date?
That's what it says.
27th.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. You got to switch document source.
Judge, at this time, I introduce Defense Exhibit FF into evidence.
What says state? Be received in evidence, the state's numbered, defense numbered.
Defense number 63.
Does that fairly and accurately depict where you marked the car?
Yeah, I believe so, yes, sir.
And you went out there 2 days in a row with Mr. Casey?
Yes, sir, 15th and the 16th of November.
Did you go any other days with him there?
Yes, sir.
Did you report to George and Cindy Anthony what you found or didn't find there?
No, sir, not at the time.
Okay. And I'd like to show you another map, if I may. Defense 57. The location where it says abandoned house, does that accurately depict where that abandoned house was?
Yeah, yeah, there's a pond right there behind it, yeah, yeah.
I may have published this to the jury.
What's the exhibit number?
57.
You may publish.
And you went, Mr. Hoover, you went to both of these locations 1 month before Kaylee was found.
Yes, sir.
Now, on December 11th, 2008, after you found out that Kaylee was found at these locations or nearby, did you notify law enforcement of this tape that you had?
No, not at that time.
And why didn't you do that?
Well, because initially I didn't think there was anything on it, and my son, I have a young son who was at a Christmas parade, and I thought I had video taped over it.
Eventually, you found out that you did have the videotape, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you attempted to sell it, did you not?
No. Well, not quite true. It was suggested that, I told that no, not that tape, no.
Okay, that's a bit confusing.
The tape that I had videotaped over, that I thought was the original tape, it was suggested to me that it could be the original tape, the original film from being in the woods could be brought up, okay? And that one, it was suggested by a famous bounty hunter.
Don't tell us.
Okay. Just anyway, that the tape might be worth something. But found out that nothing could be brought up. But when I found the original tape, no, that was never for sale. Never.
But eventually, you attempted to sell something. Well, the Anthonys entrusted you into their inner circle, did they not?
Yes, sir.
They trusted you.
Yes, sir.
And you had potential evidence in this case, which you eventually tried to sell, did you not?
What you're referring to is some photographs that Dominic Casey had. He had, I think it was on December around December the 18th, I think. I think it was the 18th. I'm not sure. No, it's all right. 11th or 12th, maybe. It was right around when they found her. He told me he had taken some still shots, and I remember him having the camera there. And everybody was pretty broke at that time, right before Christmas. And he told me he had some, and that he'd be willing to sell them.
Don't tell us what people said.
Okay, sorry.
But are you suggesting that you and Dominic Casey were going to sell these photographs and video?
No, Dominic Casey was going to supply photographs to be sold.
Okay. But you actually tried to sell this video to Fox News, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. And why did you do something like that?
Well, let's see, everybody was broke. I had income, but Dominic was broke. The Anthonys were broke.
Speak slowly, sir.
I'm sorry. Anyway, just basically for the funds, and I was going to give it to Dominic and the Anthony family. I didn't need it.
Are you suggesting that you were going to give the money to the Anthony family?
Yeah, I didn't need it.
I'm sorry?
I did not need it.
You didn't need it, but you were going to sell it to them anyway, or give them the money anyway.
Sure.
Did you do it on their suggestion?
No.
You were doing this out of the kindness of your own heart?
Well, that kindness of my heart, but it's just I knew people who needed it more than I did.
You didn't think that it might be more valuable to law enforcement as opposed to Fox News?
The photographs?
The video.
We're not talking about the video. We're talking about the photographs from Dominic Casey.
I'm talking about the video, sir. Did you not think that the video would be more valuable to law enforcement as opposed to Fox News?
The video had been taped over. Okay, it was useless. It was nothing there. No. The video that you showed in court today, I didn't find out until like December the 30th or right around New Year's. That was never for sale.
So it's your position that what you were trying to sell were the photographs, not the video?
Casey. Yes, sir.
And when law enforcement finally approached you, you didn't give them this video, did you, sir?
Yeah, I did give it to them.
Okay. You gave them this video that we just finished watching?
I gave them two videos. On December, I guess it was December 11th, I met John Allen and Nick Savage at a parking lot, and I gave them the videos I had in my car and in my cell phone and wherever else I had in my car. Okay, and that was a tape that I believe that was the original tape that had been taped over with my son's Christmas parade. I gave that to him, I think it was December 11th or the 12th.
Did you lie to law enforcement when they asked you for the video and you gave them something else?
No.
So it's your testimony, sir, that the first video you gave them was not this video, it was another video that you thought was this video.
Yes, sir.
And then, isn't it true, sir, that you tried selling this video in between before you gave it to law enforcement?
You're talking about the one I had given to John Allen? I had inquired if it could be brought up. If the original film could be brought up, yes.
Sir,
But it could not be brought up, so it was useless.
I want to be as clear and as straight as possible.
Okay.
You met with law enforcement at the Publix in the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
You didn't give them this video that we just showed the jury.
I didn't have that video at that time.
You gave them another video
I gave
purporting...
them a couple of videos.
Let me finish the question. You gave them another video purporting to be this video.
I gave them a couple. I think I gave them 2, possibly 3 videos. Okay, the one that I thought I taped over. Okay, was one of the 2. Yes.
And none of those 2 videos that you gave law enforcement the first time was this video.
No, but one of the videos had some of this information on it. Yes. I had 2 cameras that day, and the first camera malfunctioned, and they got that video.
And before you gave them this actual video, you tried selling it to Fox News.
No.
What was the negotiation that you were trying to get for the video? How much did you want for it?
Listen, this video wasn't available until the end of December. Okay.
Whenever it was available, how much did you try to sell it for?
I did not contact anybody, okay, on the video that I gave John Allen and Nick Savage at Mr. Schaefer's office.
My question to you, sir, is how much did you try to sell this video for?
There was never a price. I had somebody told me it was worth a lot of money. Okay.
Did you ever try to negotiate to sell this video for $50,000?
No.
Did you ever have a price?
I don't think so. I had somebody who told me what it was worth, or allegedly what it was worth.
And what was the value of this video?
Well, knowing this person a little bit, it says it was worth $200,000.
$200,000.
Yes, sir.
And did you make any money off this video?
No, sir.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
Mike?
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover.
Good afternoon.
The fact of the matter is that as it relates to this video that we actually saw, you were trying to hold out for a highest bidder, correct?
Absolutely wrong.
You gave 2 videos to law enforcement that either had bad color, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Or contained a Christmas pageant or Christmas parade of some sort.
Yes, ma'am.
You kind of have to wait till I stop talking.
Sorry.
Christmas pageant or Christmas parade, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the things that you told law enforcement was that this video of the trip to the woods had been painted over.
That's correct.
Okay. But that wasn't true, right?
It was true.
It wasn't taped over. You still had it.
No, I believed it was taped over.
That's what you told law enforcement. But you still had it, didn't you? Correct?
I'll do this again for you. Okay. I believe that tape the tape from the woods had been taped over.
But then you found it.
And then in December, okay, I'm going through a bunch of tapes. I carry 2 cameras when I work. I have a bunch of tapes. The ones that you have in evidence, if you notice, there's no tags on them to describe what's on them. Okay. And when I was going through some blank tapes what I thought were blank tapes, I came across that tape, and I immediately got in touch with the attorney who got in touch with law enforcement, and I turned them over.
All right. Well, the 2 tapes that had next to nothing on them were turned over on December 18th of 2008, correct?
Okay.
After you had already tried to get John Allen and Nick Savage to talk to some strange woman who supposedly was on Suburban Drive as well, correct?
Well, that's what she told me.
You're trying to get them to talk to this woman, correct?
No,
on
I didn't try
December
to talk.
18th of 2008, right?
I didn't try to. This lady was down there looking for.
Objection. Hearsay.
You are introducing Nick Savage and John Allen to this other person, correct?
No, she introduced herself. She followed me down to meet Nick Savage and John Allen.
All right. And that was that same day that you turned over the worthless videotapes to law enforcement, correct?
The tapes, yeah.
And it wasn't until 2 to 3 weeks later that you found the tape in the woods. Is that correct?
Sure.
All right. So then January 7th of 2009, you're contacted and you turn over what we saw. Correct?
No. What do you mean I was contacted?
You were contacted by law enforcement.
No, I contacted them through an attorney.
After you tried to get some money from
Wrong
somebody
again.
else.
Let's do this again. That tape
No,
was never
sir.
for sale.
Wait.
After you
Just
tried
a
to...
second. Wait until you finish hearing the question before there's an answer. The court reporter cannot take down when both parties are talking. Question.
Is it your testimony that you were trying to sell the 2 worthless videotapes to Fox News or some other media outlet, or this tape that we saw in court?
Listen carefully. The first tape, okay, that John Allen got on December, I think it was 11th or 12th. Okay, that was a tape that I thought was the one from the woods that I taped over because I think there was nothing on it. Okay, there was no physical evidence of anything. Okay, no big deal. Okay, a certain party told me it was worth some money, and that the original video could be brought back. Okay, when I found out that it couldn't be brought back, it was a worthless tape. Okay. And when I was going through let me finish. Then when I was going through my tapes in late December, okay, I found the tape, and as soon as I found the tape, I believe I contacted, I'm not sure, but I think I called Mr. Bloise on the day I found that. I'm not sure about that, though. And then the following day, I contacted an attorney who made arrangements with John Allen and to meet with them to turn over that tape.
So you thought at least something that you might have had in your possession could be worth up to $200,000 based on information that was provided to you. Didn't turn out that way, though, right?
Let's do this again. I found the original tape. If I was going to sell it, I'd have sold it then.
All right. Now, you did find out that people were secretly taping the Anthony family, and you tried to do that yourself, didn't you?
No? What do you mean, secretly tape them?
Okay. You were trying to capitalize on your relationship with these individuals, correct?
There are no secret tapes of the Anthony family.
You were trying to capitalize on your relationship with these individuals, correct?
Nope.
At a point in time when their granddaughter is either missing or deceased.
You're so wrong.
So when you went to this location in November of 2008, would November 15th sound correct?
First day, yes, ma'am.
You're secretly taping Dominic Casey.
Secretly? No.
Okay, you're sitting in a car, correct?
For the first 20 seconds or so.
All right. And you answered a question on direct. Did Mr. Casey know you were taping him? And you said no, he didn't know.
No, I said he did know. Yes.
So you're sitting in this car, and this car is parked where?
Well, the first time we parked, I had gone down and made a U-turn at the school, turned around, came up, parked near Suburban and Hope Spring, right about at the first pole. That was the part of the video where you see Dominic right outside the car.
May I publish him? It's Defense 63.
Yes, you may.
All right, this marking that you've made here,
Yes, ma'am.
that was the second day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you the first day?
Touch the screen?
You can touch the screen, yes.
Okay, where's
I'm sorry, I can't hear you because you're behind the screen.
Where's Suburban on here?
His question was, where's Suburban on the diagram, photograph?
I mean, Hope Spring, I'm sorry, Hope Spring, I'm sorry.
Do you know where the intersection of Hope Spring and Suburban is?
Yeah, I've been there, yeah.
Okay.
But I
Can you
can't tell
recognize it from this photograph?
No. I recognize the area, but I don't see Hope Spring on there. Okay.
All right, let me
Okay,
zoom back out.
zoom back out a little bit. Okay, first,
Hold on. Do you still see the intersection of Suburban and Hope Spring?
okay. Okay, first day we parked right about here. Oh, back a little bit.
I'm having trouble hearing you because you're not near the
Oh.
microphone.
Pull the microphone down.
Okay, the first day we parked near the corner of Suburban and Hope Spring. And that's where you first see Dominic getting out of the car.
And he goes into the woods or the edge of the woods, or he's walking on the road while you're videotaping him.
He was, well, first of all, he had moved when he got in my car, he had moved the cameras off the front seat, put them in the back seat. Okay, that's a start. Okay, he got out of the car, said, wait here for a minute. I had my camera, I filmed him, and then I checked the camera, checked the film. The film was, as I mentioned earlier, had a lot of off color to it. So I changed cameras and changed film, and when I looked back, I couldn't see him. And then I backed up further.
To where?
I backed the car. I'm sorry.
Backed up to where?
Backed up to probably somewhere in here. And that's from the point, you can see that's where you can see Dominic in the woods initially.
Where? If you're
Where
parked
is he?
there, where is
Yeah.
he in the woods?
Probably right in here.
What do you mean probably? He either is somewhere or he isn't. Which
Well,
is
this
it?
isn't exact science here. You know, I'm pointing out where approximately I could see him. We'll go down to the side, I'll show you exactly.
Is this last mark that you made in blue the area where you believe Mr. Casey was during that first videotaped segment that we viewed?
When he's in the woods, yes, ma'am.
Okay, when he's talking on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Ms. Can you clear the items so we can be clear?
All right, do you want to mark on there, again, where you believe Mr. Casey is when he's talking on the phone?
The first time,
Yes, sir.
probably right in here. It should be down a little bit to my right.
Right. And when you returned, did you return again that day?
Yes, ma'am. We went there first. We went there first, and we went to the house, and came back to the wooded area.
Right. Did you come back to this same spot?
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know where he went in. Okay, I'm not sure where he came out. But when I got a car and we went in together, we were looking for 3 pavers, and that was kind of like a mark.
You're saying paver.
Pavers.
P-A-V-E-R.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's what we were looking for when we were walking along Suburban Drive. That was kind of like a marker. That's where we're supposed to go and start looking for the remains.
Was it in the same area?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay, that's as best you can estimate since this isn't an exact science, as you
Well,
said.
no, from this. I'm sorry.
That's the best that you can estimate as to where you and Mr. Casey went into the woods on Suburban where you were videotaping.
Yeah, it might be a little bit further to my right, which would be down a little bit, just further toward the school, just a little bit.
Mark that area then, where you believe that you continued on during that taping process?
I think this is where, right there.
You had mentioned earlier that you parked at the third light pole.
Yeah, about the second day at the third light pole.
Repeat that, please.
The second day at the third light pole.
Okay. Is that where this black mark is?
I believe so.
All right. The third light pole from what location?
I think there's 5 poles there, and again, without going back there, it's been 3 years since I've been there, or almost 3 years. I think there's like 5 poles there, and I think it was like the middle one where I kind of parked the car on the second day.
Where are you counting from? The intersection of Hope Spring and Suburban, or third light pole from the end of the fence? Where are you counting from?
If you go down there, there's like 5 poles, like dot the area here. Okay. I don't think there's one at the corner. I think there's one just a little ways down from the corner. This line here is inverted.
So you're saying the third light pole from the corner?
I don't think it's a light pole. It's just some kind of I think it's like a concrete pole.
And you were parked at the third one?
On the second day, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the second day, did you end up back in this same area that you've marked in blue that I'm circling in red?
We went in just a little bit further towards just a bit closer to Hope Spring. Just maybe 10, 15 feet further, to my left towards Hope Spring.
Okay. Would that be?
Closer to where the black mark is.
Where the red mark is?
No, the black
Between
mark,
the
where
two?
the car was.
Okay.
We went closer. I think we went in right in front of the car.
On day 2 is what you're
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about?
Yes, ma'am.
During the videotape, you indicated on direct examination something about a blanket or a towel. In fact, the item that was found was a bath mat, correct?
It looked like a blanket to me. I never touched it. I never picked it up.
Were you listening to the video where Mr. Casey says it's a bath mat?
Probably. I didn't hear him say bath mat.
And it is fair to say that to this day, you don't know exactly where Kaylee Anthony's skull was located, correct?
No, ma'am.
To this day, you don't know exactly where any other part of her skeleton was recovered, correct?
I never saw any of it. No, ma'am.
When you were out there, did you see a red Disney bag?
A red what?
Disney bag.
No, ma'am.
It would also be fair to say that while you were out there and what is depicted on the videotape are several fallen trees in the woods, correct?
Fallen trees or logs, yeah.
You saw that when you were out there, correct?
Sure.
Okay. On your videotape is a toilet. You see a toilet while you're out there, a broken toilet?
I remember a toilet. I remember a sign being on the ground. I don't know if it was a parking sign or what, but I remember there was some kind of sign right around where Dominic was probing.
Okay. And a green and white umbrella.
I don't remember a green and white umbrella.
What you did encounter once you were several feet into the woods was water, correct?
No, ma'am.
You didn't end up in any water?
No, ma'am.
Were you with Mr. Casey the whole time?
Well, we were probably like 40, 50 feet apart at the time. We left there on the first day. We went and met with George and Cindy at the meet and greet place, and neither one was from Muddy or Dirty.
All right. So you didn't see any water in the woods?
The second day I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How far in?
How far in from the road or how far up towards Hope Spring?
How far from the road was the water?
Going into the woods, probably 15 feet or so. If you notice, we changed clothes on the second day, more suited for that area.
Did you get wet on day 2?
Clothes didn't get wet. Shoes got kind of soggy.
Okay.
More like a marsh.
Is that the only days that you were there?
15th and 16th of November, yes, ma'am.
You weren't there in October?
October?
October of 2008, you weren't there at all?
Not in the woods, no, ma'am.
Okay. You weren't there in September of 2008?
No.
August?
No.
Or July?
No.
I have no other questions of Mr. Hoover.
Redirect.
Mr. Hoover.
Sir.
What's the that's being displayed now?
It's the same thing, Judge. 63.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hoover, you never gave me that video, did you, sir?
No, no.
You never tried to sell it to me or
Nope.
anything. You and I had nothing to do with this video.
I'm sorry?
You gave it to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
What in the world were you and Dominic Casey doing in that wooded area 1 month before Kaylee was found?
Look for Kaylee's remains.
I have no further questions.
Recross on those issues?
No, not on those.
May Mr. Hoover be excused? State?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hoover, you're excused, subject to recall. Yes, sir. Court reporter? The defense may call their next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Yes, sir.
Dominic Casey, Dominic Casey.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Casey, how are you employed, sir?
Private investigator and security officer.
Are you licensed as such in the state
Yes,
of
ma'am.
Florida?
In the state of Florida.
How long have you been so licensed?
In the state of Florida since March of 2008.
Since March of 2008.
In the state of Florida, correct.
On October 1st of 2008, were you employed by George and Cindy Anthony?
Correct.
Now, prior to that, you had been employed by the Bloise law firm? Briefly.
Correct.
You clearly terminated your relationship with the Bloise law firm as of October 1st, 2008. Is that right? You had terminated your relationship
ma'am.
with the Bloise law firm.
That is correct.
And upon your termination then, on October 1st of 2008, you were employed then by George and Cindy Anthony.
That would be true, but it was actually prior to, because there were services being performed for George and Cindy Anthony prior to that.
Okay, sir.
So it was kind of overlapped.
All right, sir. Now, what specifically were you doing for George and Cindy Anthony?
Following up on tips that they received through the tip line and doing their security work.
Security.
Investigations.
In relation to the security aspect, can you describe what you were doing for them in that regard?
There was protesters at the house, at the home.
And these protesters would congregate at the Anthony home?
They would congregate at the Anthony home mid to late afternoon and hang around there until could be 10, 11, 12, 1 or 2 in the morning, whatever time they decided to.
Approximately when did these protesters start congregating at the Anthony home, in terms of a date?
In the terms of the date, that would be to the best of my recollection, around first week of September.
All right. And then they congregated there for approximately how long, sir? Until approximately what date?
Until the end of October.
Your Honor, I'm going to tie this up. It has to do with some activity that he conducted.
Overruled at this point. You may continue.
We don't need to belabor this, sir, but approximately, was it until approximately the end of October that you were providing the security aspect because of the protesters?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, in connection with providing the security aspect, did it cause you to park your vehicle on Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you park your vehicle on Suburban Drive?
When I would leave at nighttime, very last thing, when all the protesters had left, I would exit onto Chickasaw Trail. I would head north to Curry Ford Road, and on the corner there's a BP gas station. I would stop in there, get a coffee or a drink of some type, wait around there for 5 or 10 minutes. I would drive back to the Suburban Drive location and just sit and park in the event that some of the protesters had waited and thinking that I had left and then snuck on back and caused a problem. So I would sit there approximately maybe 20 to 30 minutes at most.
Now, sir, would you do this every evening between approximately the 1st of September until approximately August 31st of 2008?
There was the odd evening, no, because the protesters would have left early. You know, it would have been, the later the time got by. The last 2 weeks of October, there was very few, and they would leave earlier.
Would it have been more likely than not that you would have done this on most evenings?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Would it have been more likely than not that you would have parked your car in the vicinity of Suburban Drive on most evenings during that time range?
Would I have parked there at most evenings?
Yes.
That would be correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit FG for identification. Do you recognize this, sir, as the general vicinity of Suburban Drive here in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, I do.
And does this particular exhibit show the area of Suburban Drive where you would normally park your car most evenings between September 1st and October 31st, 2008?
We're referring to the 20 to 30 minute period after I had left, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Could you put an A on that diagram where you would be parking your car on Suburban Drive during the time period we've been referencing? And then draw an arrow to show what direction your car would be pointed in?
Okay.
Now, at the same time that you were in the vicinity that you've indicated on Suburban Drive during the evenings, would you also see other persons in that area?
Yes.
Specifically, what persons or groups would you see in that area during those time periods?
If you started going, I guess that would be east toward the school. If you went further down, most of the nights there would be a sheriff's car, deputy sheriff's car. There would also be one or two of the independent media vehicles that would park up and wait and sit there.
All right, sir.
You may.
So let me retrieve that from you. Go ahead, this time I would introduce defendants FG and evidence.
What says the state?
Did he mark? No objection, Judge. Thank you.
You received an evidence as defense exhibit numbered.
Number 64. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury, please?
You may.
Mr. Bias, may I have your assistance in how to do this? Just put it here. Yes, can you see that, Mr.
No.
Casey?
No, ma'am. I can see it now.
A would be your car. I'm sorry, how do I publish this?
Yes, that's
published now to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. A would be the location of your car.
That would be the approximate. And the reason that I say approximate is because if you look the way the road bends around, I would always make sure I'm parked so that the front of the vehicle was facing west.
That would be toward Hope Spring.
Toward Hope Spring. So anybody coming off of Chickasaw to Suburban Drive, if they drove there, they would see the front of my vehicle there. And they would U-turn around.
Now, the media and law enforcement that you were previously discussing, would they be between your car and Hope Spring, or would they be past your vehicle farther towards the entrance to the school?
The law enforcement, they would normally park further behind so that you wouldn't be able to see them unless you actually drove around where the road bends. The media people, like the independent ones, they would park anywhere. They park up at the front, or like in front of me, they'd be parked, or they could be further down.
Now, as you park during most evenings between September 1st and October 31st, would you have your car ignition on or off?
It would be off, and I would have the windows down.
Did you at any time notice anything out of the ordinary, any odors out of the ordinary on those dates in the vicinity of Suburban Drive?
No, I did not.
All right, sir. At the end of October 2008, did you participate in the sending of a teddy bear from Cindy Anthony to a person named Luke Phillips?
I'd have to ask you to rephrase the question because my answer would be no, but yeah, I did facilitate a teddy bear.
Okay. And how did you facilitate the sending? First of all, at what time are we talking about? Would this be near the end of October 2008 that you facilitated?
Approximately that time.
And how did you facilitate the sending of a teddy bear between Cindy Anthony and Luke Phillips?
I got a...
And let me caution you, do not relate to me any statements anyone told you. Just describe for me what you actually did.
I acquired an address from Luke Phillips. I provided the address to Cindy Anthony and asked Cindy Anthony if she could mail something of Kaylee Marie's to Luke Phillips. And she said yes. She forwarded a teddy bear
How do you know it was a teddy bear?
because Cindy told me it was a teddy bear.
Now, do you know whether this bear was returned from Cindy Anthony or returned to Cindy Anthony from Luke Phillips?
No?
Did you receive a package from Luke Phillips at your office?
Yes.
And was that package for Cindy Anthony?
Excuse me?
Was that package for Cindy Anthony?
Yes, but it was addressed to DNA investigations, something like care of, but it was for Cindy Anthony.
And as a result of that, did Cindy Anthony come to your place of work?
I don't exactly recollect whether she actually came to the office, or I believe that we met halfway somewhere along the 436 Cimarron Boulevard area. And I handed Cindy, when I called Cindy and I said, the teddy arrived back. And she said, well, open it up and just...
Try not to tell me what was said. I apologize. Try not, just tell me what you saw.
I had a sealed box, and I arranged to meet Cindy Anthony. And I brought the sealed box to Cindy Anthony.
And did you see Cindy Anthony open the box?
Cindy opened the box. And
did you view what was inside the box?
I could see Teddy.
All right. You could see a teddy bear.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Referred to as, to my understanding, Teddy.
Now, when was the bear returned by Luke Phillips to Cindy Anthony?
I'd be going off recollection, ma'am. I'd be guessing at that one. I'm around the end of October, maybe.
All right. Would this have been clearly after Casey Anthony was indicted and back in jail?
Oh, it was way up. The request for Teddy, or request for an article, was way after Casey was sent back to jail in October 14, so it was way after that. It was a couple to 3 weeks after.
All right, sir. Thank you. Now, sir, on November 15th of 2008, did you go with a man named James Hoover? Well, let me stop myself a minute. We talked about this fellow named Luke Phillips. Who is Luke Phillips?
Luke Phillips is a person that contacted the family right in the beginning. That would be July of 2008, and offered help. And to my understanding, Luke Phillips represented some people, 2 or 3 people, I'm not sure, that they call psychics.
So to the best of your knowledge, Luke Phillips is employed as a psychic.
No, he is not employed as a psychic. He is employed as something else, but he works with people with psychic abilities, and he aids in searches for people.
All right, sir. Now, on November 15th of 2008, did you go with a man named James Hoover to Suburban Drive?
I didn't hear the question. I'm terribly sorry.
That's quite all right. November 15, 2008, did you go with a man named James Hoover to Suburban Drive?
Yes, I did.
Who is James Hoover?
James Hoover was a volunteer that arrived at the Anthony's family home within a few days of the protesters starting, and volunteered services where he would provide security
Did he work for you?
He did not work for DNA Investigations, which is my agency, or myself.
Now, on November 15 of 2008, and sir, I don't want you to tell me anything that you were told, all right? But were you, in fact, on a cell phone in the vicinity of Suburban Drive?
Yes, I was.
And who were you talking with on the cell phone without telling me anything that was said? Who were you talking with?
Jeanette Lucas.
And what is Jeanette Lucas's profession, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, she is a psychic.
Now, did you go into the wooded area on Suburban Drive on November 15th?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I'm going to show you what we've already previously introduced. Well, let me put it on the screen here. I'm not going to put this
Can you bring it that way a bit?
I can do whatever we need here, I think.
That way.
I say that. Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Fabulous.
Thank you very much.
Very much. I appreciate
You
it.
want it published to the jury?
I would like that, Your Honor.
That's defense exhibit.
This is, I'm afraid to touch it now. 64, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm told, Mr. Casey, that if you touch your monitor, you can actually draw on this, all right? I don't know if you've used one of these before, but now on November the 15th, did you go with Mr. Hoover to an area on Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Can you show us with the letter B on here where you went the first time on November 15th that you went to the vicinity of Suburban Drive?
Do you want me to draw a B on here?
Yes, I think you can just take your finger and put the letter B wherever it is that you first went.
I'm going to say I'm going from approximate. Okay?
Yes.
And nothing happened.
We're doing something wrong. All right, sir. Now, did you go in your car or Mr. Hoover's car?
It was in Mr. Hoover's car.
And why did you go to this location what were you looking for? Don't tell me anything anybody told you, but what were you looking for at this location on Suburban Drive?
I'd received a call from...
You can tell me that, but don't tell me what the person said on the call.
I had received a call from Jeanette Lucas early in that morning of November the 15th.
As a result of that, did you go to Suburban Drive?
As a result of that call, I went to Suburban Drive.
What were you looking for?
Jeanette Lucas had told me that...
No.
Oh, okay.
Just tell us what you were looking for, sir.
What were you looking for?
The possible location of Kelly Marie Anthony.
All right. Now, when you first went to the location you labeled B, did you go into the wooded area?
At first?
Well, at first, what did you do?
At first, we pulled up at approximately there. See where I just scribbled?
Yes.
Approximately there. I got out of the vehicle and then headed that way toward the school.
Which side of the road were you on?
I was in the middle of the road.
All right.
I started headed there, And I told James Hoover, I said, stay in the vehicle. He said, where are you going? I said, just stay in the vehicle. I walked away far enough from the vehicle where I knew he would not be able to hear.
So that you could talk to Miss Lucas.
So I could talk to Miss Lucas.
All right.
I said I would call when I got to the location. So I called her.
And at some point, did you head into the woods?
Did I enter into the woods?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you show us where you entered into the woods initially?
This looks so different. Oh, there's a pencil.
All right, sir.
I'm going to say somewhere in that location. I'm just, that's approximate.
How far did you go into the woods initially?
Probably 20, 25 feet.
And how long did you spend in that location of the woods initially?
Initially,
Yes.
it was like a walk in, there was like a opening type thing where I looked for somewhere that you could go in without having to cut down shrubbery or something. So I walked into this area that I could see that had access.
All right. Now,
And
go ahead.
I apologize.
No, that's all right.
I was in there probably less than 10 minutes, maybe less than 5 minutes. When I initially walked in, I looked around, and then I came walking out.
And then what did you do?
I noticed as I came walking out, I saw James Hoover standing within probably about 10 feet from the curb into the woods with his arm like this. He had a video camera.
Did you know he was videotaping prior to that time?
I had no idea.
Did you ever give him any permission to videotape?
No, at that time, no, I did not.
All right. So what did you do next?
I said, what the so-and-so heck are you doing with a videotape, with a video camera? And he said, I'm just, he said, I wanted you to have something for your file.
Okay, don't try not very hard not to tell me what it is the person
Huh?
saw. Try not to tell me what it is the person said. What did you do after you saw him with a video camera? Did you go into another area of the woods? Did you go to a different location? What did you do?
I came out of the woods, and then I could see another opening into the woods,
Which
which would be coming west.
Can you show me on the drawing here where the second opening would be that you saw?
I'm going to say it's approximately there.
All right. And when you're talking about an opening, are you talking about a place where just the brush is cleared? Are you talking about what appears to be a trail? What are you talking about?
Easier to get into than you wouldn't have to be pushing trees or things around or things like that.
All right, sir. And did you go into the second area of the woods?
That I just put on? Yes.
Yes. And how far, first of all, how far in did you get?
Again, it was no more than 20, 25 feet.
And go ahead. 20 or 25 feet from the curb or from?
From the edge of the curb, and the property went down, and then it would be like white, sandy, with 2 or 3 inches of water. So there was water within that, and it appeared as though the water ran from west to east. You could, if you looked at the current across the top of the water, you could see it flowing west to east.
And was the water right there at the curb, or did you have to get somewhat into the woods before?
No,
you
ma'am.
went?
It was about 20 feet in.
All right. Now, how long did you spend in this area of the woods the second time? During the second, this would be your second excursion?
Could
into
have
the woods?
been, again, I'm going from memory, say 10 minutes or so, just walking around the areas that you could actually.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Yes,
What were you looking for?
3 white paver stones.
Were you looking for anything in addition to 3 white paver stones? Specifically, sir, were you looking for garbage bags?
Not specifically looking for garbage bags, no.
Did you see garbage bags?
Yes, there's a tremendous amount of garbage bags all around them.
All right. Now, how long would you say that you stayed in the woods this second entry, this time here, in the second area?
Again, I'm going to be guessing, and I'm going to.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You can ask the question.
Again, I'm going to be guessing, ma'am, and I'm going to say 10, maybe 12 minutes.
And from there, where did you go?
And then from there came out of the woods onto Suburban Drive, into the vehicle, and then around onto, you see that street that's across from the retention pond?
Yes. Could you just draw a blue line near it, please? What was located over there?
Excuse me?
What was located over there?
There was a vacant house.
And why did you go to the vacant house?
When I came up out of the woods before I got into the vehicle, I called Jeanette Lucas.
Yeah, but don't tell me
Oh, I
anything.
can't tell you.
that
I can't tell you anything.
As
Okay,
a-
so what do I do?
Uh,
What would you like me to do?
As a result of talking with her, you went to the abandoned house, I take it.
As a result of speaking with Miss Lucas, I ended up at the house.
All right, sir. And can you approximately put an X where the abandoned house is, if it's on this map?
Can you see that one there with the dark roof?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the abandoned house, the one with the dark roof?
I believe that is the house.
All right, sir. And how long did you stay at the abandoned house looking?
I'm going to say, again, I'm going from memory, and it would be maybe 10, 12 minutes.
All right. And once again, were you looking for the same 3 paver stones?
3 paver stones.
Now, we see you cutting open some garbage bags in the videotape.
Mm-hmm.
You've had an opportunity to view the videotape, haven't you, sir?
Excuse me?
You've had an opportunity to view the videotape.
Yes, ma'am.
And why are you cutting open the garbage bags?
To see what was inside of them.
Okay. All right, sir. Now, after you finished at the abandoned house, did you go back to the woods that day, or did you go somewhere else?
No, from the abandoned house, we went to a hotel, which I'm not sure what the name is, by the airport, because prior arrangements have been made to pick somebody up there, to bring them over to the meet and greet.
And this meet and greet was a event that was being hosted by Cindy and George Anthony?
That is correct.
All right, sir. Now, the next day, November 16th, did you go back to Suburban Drive?
Yes.
All right. Where did you park when you went back on November? First of all, why did you go back on November 16th?
To prove a psychic wrong.
All right. And did you take Mr. Hoover with you the second time?
Yes, I did.
And where did you park on that date? Let me clear this. All right. We're on November 16th now. Where do you think you parked on November 16th?
I'm going to say it's, I'm going from memory again, but I'm going to say it's within the same vicinity.
All right, now that's a pretty big circle there.
I know it is, isn't it? It's too big.
Were you expanding your search on the 16th? Were you trying to cover more area? What were you doing?
No, went through the same openings.
2 openings in the...
Correct.
Okay.
Went through the same openings and just wanted to pan around and just look and see, like, did I miss anything that, can I say what the person was saying to me?
No.
Okay. But I had been instructed to look.
Did you see any remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony in the woods on November 15th or 16th?
No, absolutely not.
And was that what you were looking for?
That is the purpose of going out there.
Okay. How much time on November 16th do you think you spent in these woods looking for Kaylee Anthony?
Again, I'd say 12 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. I'm going from memory, so I'm totally unsure.
And Mr. Hoover was with you again?
That would be correct.
Now, at this time, he's also videotaping you. You've had a chance to see the videotape. He's videotaping you again.
That is correct,
Yeah,
with my approval.
All right. And at the second time, it looks like you have a stick that allows you to probe the earth. Did you bring the stick so you could probe the earth?
I brought the probe because the ground condition was soft and silty sand. So it was like you either had the choice of like sticking your hands in there, and there would be leaves and trash and everything else, so it could be used to go ahead and move those around without taking the chance of, I mean, we saw like plenty of snakes out there. So I'd rather use that as far as doing that. And then just pushed it down in certain areas to see if there was anything that touched the end of the probe or a resistance in any manner.
And did you find anything? Did you find what you were looking for?
No.
Now, did you also go back to the abandoned house, the one with the dark roof that you previously indicated to us on the map?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you again probe there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to Suburban Drive a third time?
Yes, I did.
And this time, was Mr. Hoover with you?
No, he was not.
Now, when was it that you went back to Suburban Drive a third time?
I was on the way to the Anthony residence, and I guess it would be on the Tuesday or the Wednesday following the 15th and the 16th. So 15th, 16th, so you could say 18th or 19th. I believe it was on the Tuesday the 18th.
All right,
or
so
Wednesday the 19th.
what was the purpose of going back yet a third time?
Relief.
I'm sorry?
Relief.
Relief. Were you looking for anything in particular?
I did not go into the woods at all.
What exactly did you do?
I parked my vehicle. I got out of my vehicle.
Show us where you parked your vehicle. Let me clear this so that... All right, sir, show me where you parked the vehicle on the Tuesday. Did you say Tuesday the 18th?
Yes, it was either the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
All right, sir.
Or maybe it was the Monday. I think it was the Tuesday.
And
Somewhere in that that location.
where did you walk, sir?
Excuse me?
Draw a line to show us your path, the path that you walked.
I walked east, and then from east, I came west, and walked west, and then I walked back to my vehicle right there, got in my vehicle and drove off.
All right, sir. What were you looking for as you walked that length of woods that you've indicated on this map?
I wasn't walking the woods, and I wasn't looking for anything.
You were walking in the street.
I walked in the center of the street.
All right, but what were you looking in the direction of the woods?
I was just looking all around and feeling really, really happy about it.
Did you see the 2 points of entry that you'd previously searched on the 15th and the 16th of November?
Yes, I did.
Were there any other openings that you did not search that you saw?
It's highly possible. I couldn't really say.
Nothing drew your curiosity, though?
No.
Okay. At any time, when you were in the woods on the 15th, 16th, or either the Tuesday or Wednesday following that, did you see or handle any physical evidence related to this case in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
At any time while you were in the woods on those dates on Suburban Drive, did you see any bags or debris that appeared to contain human remains?
My goodness, no.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Of the probe or a resistance in any manner.
And did you find what you were looking for?
No.
Now, did you also go back to the abandoned house, the one with the dark roof that you previously indicated to us on the map?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you again probe there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to Suburban Drive a third time?
Yes, I did.
And this time, was Mr. Hoover with you?
No, he was not.
Now, when was it that you went back to Suburban Drive a third time?
I was on the way to the Anthony residence, and I guess it would be on the Tuesday or the Wednesday following the 15th and the 16th. So 15th, 16th, so you could say 18th or 19th. I believe it was on the Tuesday the 18th.
All right,
or
sir.
Wednesday the 19th.
What was the purpose of going back yet a third time?
Relief.
I'm sorry?
Relief.
Relief. Were you looking for anything in particular?
I did not go into the woods at all.
What exactly did you do?
I parked my vehicle. I got out of my vehicle.
Show us where you parked your vehicle. Let me clear this so that... All right, sir, show me where you parked the vehicle on the Tuesday. Did you say Tuesday the 18th?
Yes, it was either the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
All right, sir.
Or maybe it was the Monday. I think it was the Tuesday.
And
somewhere in that that location.
And where did you walk, sir?
Excuse me?
Draw a line to show us your path, the path that you walked.
I walked east, and then from east, I came west, and walked west, and then I walked back to my vehicle right there, got in my vehicle and drove off.
All right, sir. What were you looking for as you walked that length of woods that you've indicated on this map?
I wasn't walking the woods and I wasn't looking for anything.
You were walking in the street.
I walked in the center of the street.
All right, but what were you looking in the direction of the woods?
I was just looking all around and feeling really, really happy about it.
Did you see the 2 points of entry that you'd previously searched on the 15th and the 16th of November?
Yes, I did.
Were there any other openings that you did not search that you saw?
It's highly possible. I couldn't really say.
Nothing drew your curiosity, though?
No.
Okay. At any time, when you were in the woods on the 15th, 16th, or either the Tuesday or Wednesday following that, did you see or handle any physical evidence related to this case in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
At any time while you were in the woods on those dates on Suburban Drive, did you see any bags or debris that appeared to contain human remains?
My goodness, no.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, sir. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Before we proceed to cross-examination, any members of the jury need a comfort break? Anybody need a break? You may proceed with cross-examination.
Mr. Casey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I believe you had stated early on that when you first got involved in this case, you were working for the Bloise law firm for a period of time?
That would be correct.
And then afterwards, you went to work for the Anthonys?
That would be correct.
You had contact with Casey Anthony while she was out of jail between August 22nd of 2008 and October 14th of 2008, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, your job was to investigate the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Kaylee Marie Anthony, correct?
That is correct.
That is to follow up tips.
Excuse me?
You were following up some tips.
Yes, sir.
All right, and to do whatever investigation needed to be done.
That would be true.
All right. You never asked Casey Anthony about. We talked about, I'm sorry, on direct examination, it wasn't.
Well, let's approach the bench. All right, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Casey, we left off with establishing that at one point you worked for Mr. Bloise and then you went to work for the Anthonys, correct?
Correct.
For both Georgia and Cindy Anthony.
Correct.
It would be fair to say, though, would it not, that even after you went to work for George and Cindy Anthony, you had regular communication and contact with Mr. Bloise? From time to time?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go, first let's go straight to November 15th. The first time that you went to the area off of Suburban Drive. You had testified on direct examination that you went there, for the most part, because of a woman by the name of Jeanette Lucas, correct?
That is correct.
And she was a psychic.
That is correct.
And she directed you there.
Excuse me?
She directed you there.
She threatened me?
She directed you to that area.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would it be fair to say that by this time in November of 2008 that Cindy Anthony was pretty desperate to find out what happened to her daughter? I mean, her granddaughter?
Sustained.
How would you describe Cindy Anthony's mood and her demeanor during the month of November of 2008 while the search for her granddaughter was going on?
Overall.
What would you like me to do?
How would you describe Mrs. Anthony's mood during that time period?
Traumatized, distraught. Traumatized, distraught. She was missing her granddaughter, and there was a missing child and her daughter.
And George Anthony was similarly traumatized and distraught, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
So when you went into the woods on November 15th, it was to help them, correct?
Excuse me?
It was to help George and Cindy Anthony when you went into the woods on November 15th, wasn't it?
No, I would not describe it as that. You said that was to help them?
It was to help them find their, if she was in fact there, to help her grandparents, to help the grandparents find some closure, right? Find some answers.
I wouldn't quite put it that way, no. Okay. I was going there, as I stated, at the direction of a psychic that had, can I say this, that called me? Can I say that?
The woman's name?
Huh?
I'm sorry. You went there at the direction of Jeanette Lucas, correct?
Jeanette Lucas called me on Saturday, November the 15th, early morning.
And without
and
going
that
to
was
what?
The sole purpose of me going there. It was not to facilitate anybody or anything or other than follow up on that tip.
Cindy Anthony did not send you into those woods on November 15th, correct?
No, absolutely not.
George Anthony did not send you into the woods on November 15th, 2008, correct?
Absolutely not.
All right. Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification, RO. Do you recognize what that picture is? Put it another way, do you recognize Suburban Drive?
Yeah, I believe it's Suburban Drive.
Okay. If you would, sir, if you would take one of the colored pens. I think there's a blue pen in front of you. There you go. And again, on November 15th, 2008, can you indicate with that blue pen, first, where you believed your car, your vehicle was parked on Suburban Drive, if you can, from that photograph?
I cannot accurately do it from this because it's a very deceptive photograph by the angle that it's taken. It's an aerial shot that's going down, where the other photograph that I saw was a direct. So I could see more of a direct road. I mean, I can put an approximate, but it's not going to be definite.
Can you see where there is a curve in the road?
I can see the curve in the road over here. This curve? Is that what you're asking me?
Do you see that curve in the road, sir?
I see that curve.
Okay. Do you also see a fence line in that picture?
Excuse me?
Do you also see a fence line in that picture?
This here?
Does it look like a fence line to you?
It sure does.
Okay. Yes, that fence line.
Okay.
Looking at those two landmarks, would that photograph help you, or would you be able to delineate with that blue marker where you parked your vehicle on November 15th of 2008?
I did not park my vehicle because I was not driving my vehicle. It was James Hoover's vehicle. So where we parked the vehicle, is that?
Yes. How about
Yeah.
we'll just change it to
Okay.
Mr. Hoover's vehicle?
I can approximately.
Okay.
I'm doing it in the blue one, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Also, with the blue marker, can you mark on that photograph where you believe you walked into the woods?
Okay.
Okay. And before I have you mark anything else on that, did you come out of the woods the same way that you went in on the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you also mark with the blue pen, if you haven't already, how far into the woods you went on that day?
Well, that would be extremely inaccurate, wouldn't it? Because this is not a scale photograph.
Okay.
And I would say I could, 20, 25 feet from the edge of the asphalt.
While we're on that subject, do you ever recall stating that you had actually gone into the woods between 30 and 40 feet, possibly even a maximum of 50 feet into the woods?
That's quite possible. See, once you get... Oh, okay.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to use what's been previously marked for identification RO and just to use it as a demonstrative evidence at this point.
Jay? You may.
May I publish this?
You may.
Thank you.
Oh, I can see it a lot better on here.
You can see it much better on the screen?
Yeah, it's a lot bigger.
All right. Now that it's bigger, is there anything that you would like to change about where you made your markings? Or they still look, albeit maybe not to scale, but as a general approximation of where you parked and where you went into the woods?
It was probably maybe a little bit going to the left of the picture.
Okay.
So more that X to the left there.
Where you believe you went into the woods.
There you go. You see that there?
Okay. Are you more comfortable with that marking than you are the other two?
Yes, I would. I believe I would be, yeah.
Okay. May I approach the witness, John?
You may.
Yes, sir. This blue one?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you put another X where you believe more accurately reflects where you went into the woods, and for that X, why don't we circle it?
And with that X, put a circle?
Circle around.
Okie dokie.
Now, is this the trip when you went into the woods where you saw the toilet bowl, or was that the next day?
Excuse me?
When you saw the broken toilet, was that on this trip or the next trip?
Actually, I believe it was on both.
Oh, okay. So you went to the same area both days?
Yes, sir.
And you described seeing an old toilet?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Did you see an old busted toilet in the woods?
Yes, there was an old toilet, and it was sitting in the woods.
And you saw 3 black trash bags?
Actually, numerous trash bags.
And Were they on the ground or were they buried in the ground?
For the most part, they were sitting on the ground. Like people are just like, for example, yard trash. Like a yard service maybe. I cut the grass and just like.
And you cut them all open?
Excuse me?
Did you cut them all open?
A few of them, yes.
All right. You also found a bath mat, did you not?
Yes, a tore up bath mat.
Okay. It wasn't a towel or a blanket. It was a bath mat.
No, it was a bath mat, and I want to say it was a greeny in color, kind of a greeny.
Okay.
But I'll be going from memory. I'm just not sure.
And you didn't see a red Disney bag, correct?
Excuse me?
You didn't see a red Disney bag, correct?
A red what bag?
Disney.
Disney. No. No, there was no Disney there. No.
Be fair to say that this foray into the woods was not an exhaustive search.
No. Not at all.
Were you on the phone the entire time?
Was I on the time?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry if I'm not speaking clearly.
No, I'm just having difficulty hearing for some reason.
It's probably my fault. I apologize.
That's okay.
Were you on the phone the entire time that you were in this part of the woods on November 15th of 2008?
I wouldn't say the entire time. There was a couple of pauses in between telephone calls.
Okay. And I believe you testified that after you came out of this area, you went to an abandoned house on the other side of the street by the retention pond. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, fair to say that on November 15th, when you went into the woods here, there was a lot of water, wasn't there?
No, that would be unfair to say.
Okay. Was there water there at all?
Yes, sir, there was.
Okay. How much water? I believe you testified on direct examination that it was about 2 to 3 inches deep in some places?
Yes, sir. If you walked in about 20, 25 feet, you would be standing in water approximately ankle deep.
That's because after you're on Suburban Drive, when you go into the woods, there's a drop-off, correct?
Yes, the elevation of the ground drops approximately 6 feet from the street elevation, and then it levels out, and then the elevation then goes from, let me see where it would go from west to east. So water would be traveling toward the dead end of the street.
So
you could see the current going in the water.
And we'll get to this, but just before I forget, when you went the next day, you didn't go into the next day when you went into the woods, did you still see that same amount of water?
Yes.
And
it would be fair to say it was.
Okay.
Can I clarify something here?
I'm sorry, sir?
Could I finish what I was saying here?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Absolutely.
No, that's okay. I wouldn't say. I don't want you to be under the impression that it was like a river.
No, sir.
It was like maybe 12, 15 feet, and then a dry spot, and then maybe 20 feet or something, So I guess as it rained, it would, but you could see a definite flow of water. I am finished now. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. I'm sorry if I cut you off.
Not at all.
After you cut open some of these black trash bags, did you do any other type of search? In other words, did you ever get on your hands and knees and dig through the muck looking for anything?
No, and on here?
On November 15th?
No, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. All right, sir. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification RP. And I don't believe your eyes are playing tricks on you. I believe it's the same photograph.
Yes, sir. It appears to be the same.
Okay. Now I want to take you to the next day, November 16th of 2008. Did you go back to the area of Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a look into the woods?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Did
having difficulty hearing for some reason.
Did you walk through the woods? Did you search?
Went into the woods in the same area.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you have a red pen in front of you. Let's use the red pen for November 16th. Can you approximate using that photograph where, did you take your car this day or Mr. Hoover's?
Mr. Hoover's.
All right. Where did, if you can, do you recall where Mr. Hoover parked the car on November 16th of 2008?
Should I put an X there, or what would you like me to write?
Sure.
I put an X with a circle.
All right.
And that's approximate.
Okay. Were you on the phone with Jeanette Lucas on this date? During this time?
I believe so. That's 3 years ago. So I believe I was. Yes. Yes. Yes, I was.
When you went back on the 16th, did you go at Jeanette Lucas's behest? Did she tell you to go there?
She said you need to go back there. I think there's a missing piece here. I don't know what to do. The end of the day on Saturday, can I say this?
Hold on a second. I don't want you to be confused. I'll take you back there. After you, let's for a second go back to November 15th. After you left the woods, after your search, did you get in contact with Jeanette Lucas?
I tried to, and I got a hold of Luke Phillips.
Okay.
And I said, Jeanette Lucas is full of nonsense.
Don't
okay.
talk about what Mr.
So that's what I can't say.
Don't talk about what Mr. Phillips may have said to you.
Okay.
Did you speak with Jeanette Lucas on that day, on the 15th?
In the evening, no.
Okay.
I did not.
Let's go to November 16th. Did you speak with Jeanette Lucas on November 16th?
The morning on the Sunday, the 16th, yes.
Okay. Did you tell her about where you had gone and what you had seen?
Can I answer that?
Question calls for yes or no. Did you tell her?
Did I tell her what?
What you had seen, what you saw, and what you did.
Yes, sir, I did.
Drive. All right. After speaking with her, did you go back to Suburban Drive on the 16th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was that as
this was? I think you're jumping it. I think I may be getting mixed up here. I spoke with Miss Lucas, Jenny, from Suburban Drive.
Yes, sir.
So that's what you're talking about. We're both talking about the same thing, right?
I hope so.
The 16th, on the Sunday.
Yes.
Yes, I was on Suburban Drive while I was talking to her.
Okay. Just like you were on the 15th.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went back, now you've marked where. Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. You have the red marker, correct?
The red marker?
All
yes,
right.
sir.
Can you mark on that photograph where you believe you first went into the woods on Suburban Drive on November 16th of 2008?
I put an X in a square.
Okay. did you exit the woods at the same location in which you entered it?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked into the woods, did you change direction, or did you just walk straight ahead?
No, I changed direction.
Okay. Can you mark on that photograph where you believed your path of travel in the woods on November 16th of 2008?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Should I do that now?
Please.
Okay, and I put a line from the X with the square.
Okay.
And I put an arrow on.
Okay.
And that would be heading west.
I'm not real good with that. Is that west towards the school or west
No, sir.
towards Hope Spring?
Toward Hope Spring.
Okay. Did you still see water on the ground?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you take anything else with you on this search that you didn't have the day before?
Yes, I did.
What did you have?
I had a probe.
Was that all you had?
And I had a little trowel, like a potter's trowel.
Like a little shovel?
No, I wouldn't call it a shovel. It's a big thing, isn't it?
A little shovel.
Yeah, one you put in your pocket. You'd put it in the plant pots.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Little ones.
I'm sorry. I call it a shovel.
Okay.
But I think we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Did you use that trowel on the 16th in the woods?
I don't believe I used it in the woods, and if I did, I would have used it just to lift something over.
Okay.
But I didn't put it in the ground. To my knowledge, I didn't anyway.
You may.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. At this time, the state would like to use RP for as a demonstrative aid.
You may.
Thank you. All right. How's that look?
It's not on.
I haven't seen anything.
I'm sorry. May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I see it. It's there now.
All right. Does it look better to you now on the big screen?
Excuse me?
Does it look better to you on the big screen?
Yes, I see things a lot better.
All right. Is there any difference or change where you'd like to mark where you went into the woods and where you went out of the woods? Or is this accurate?
It's going to be within the same region.
Okay.
Plus or minus 10 feet, you know.
All right. And to be clear, the X with the square is where you entered the woods, correct?
The X with the square?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the X with the circle is where you would have come out.
No, sir. That would be where the vehicle was parked.
I'm sorry. You're correct. That's what you said before. So you went in the direction of Hope Spring Drive searching. Yes. Was Mr. Hoover with you step for step?
Step by step?
Was he with you?
Was he with me on that day?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he walking with you in the woods, or was he hanging out on the street?
He was hanging out about 10 feet back from me and came into the woods behind me.
Okay. And I believe you had testified earlier that you were aware that he was taping.
He was hazing?
He was taping. He was videotaping. Were you aware of that?
No. I need to clarify that.
Okay.
I was aware and I approved that he could videotape with the understanding there would be no audio. I have since learned today for the first time there is audio on the tape, which I completely forbid him to do that. And that video must be handed to me because he said, I'm doing this to help you for DNA investigations files. Thank you. Very nice of you. That was the conditions. I find out today that he'd gone ahead and had the audio thing going.
So today was the first that you had learned that there was audio connected with the video that was taken back on November 15th and 16th of 2008?
It's the first time. It's the first time that I heard audio. It had been rumored before. I think some people had even said that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yes, sir, I do.
If you would try to document this photograph a little bit for me. You see where you have the X with the square?
Yes.
Would it be possible for you to write in there that that's where you enter Woods?
You have to understand I'm going from the best of my memory, I mean. But this looks approximate, yes.
Okay. And where you have the X in the circle, can you put there, could you write, that is where you had indicated where the car was parked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you just write car parked?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if there's a little bit of space or someplace to write on Suburban Drive there, could you write November 16th, 2008? And could you put your initials next to it? Okay. Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
So that is RO. Did I give you back RO? I believe I did.
This one is R identification RO.
Okay. And on that one, you used the blue pen, correct?
I use this blue pen.
All right. And earlier you had made a marking of an X with a circle around it. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And that indicated where you went into the woods and came out.
Yes, sir.
Can you write in the blue pen that where you can enter woods?
I wrote enter woods and I put an arrow and up like that. Right. So I put an arrow down the road. I'm pointing up to it.
You also had a marking in blue pen on that photograph at where the car was parked, correct?
Yeah, it's kind of like a scribbly circles.
Okay. Can you indicate somewhere in there that is where the car, just write car parked?
Okay, I wrote it to the right so you could see it.
Okay.
And I brought a line across with an arrow on those circles.
Thank you, sir. And if you would again at the bottom of the street, if you could write the date that
November 15th.
November 15th, 2008. And would you initial that as well, sir?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
That's the only pen I have.
Mr. Casey, you had indicated that about a week or so after this second visit, you went a third time to the area at Suburban Drive, correct?
Within a couple of days.
All right. You had indicated that you had walked the street of Suburban Drive up to the school, and then back down the Hope Spring Drive, and then back to your car, correct?
Nope. I did
right.
not walk
Sorry,
to
I got that wrong.
toward Hope Spring, but not to Hope Spring.
Okay.
But yes, I walked towards the school, and then came back towards Hope Spring, walked a little past my vehicle,
Okay.
turned back around, walked back to my vehicle, got in the vehicle.
And you never left the street?
No, I walked directly down the middle of the street.
Okay. You never went into the woods that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Casey, thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as state's identification RO, Mr. Casey. Does that represent the first entry into the woods on November 15th or the 2nd?
The 15th?
Yes.
Yes.
You went in twice, right?
Yes.
Is that the first entry or the second entry?
Well, the first entry would be more where the X is in the circle.
Did you put a 1 near the first entry?
I don't have a pen.
Is that the blue pen?
Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
That didn't do very well. That was my fault.
There you go. So I'll put a 1. I'm going to put it to the left of there, to that circle, and initial it. Is that right?
That would be fine.
There you go.
And put a 2 where the second entry was.
I put a 2 and I initialed that.
All right, those are the entries into the woods. And could you draw a circle to show the area of the woods that you think you walked in the first and second time you actually entered the woods?
There you go.
All right, great. Now, you keep using the word estimation. Why do you keep saying these are estimations?
Well, number 1, I know I have a tape measure.
You didn't have a tape measure.
No, I did not have a tape measure, so I wouldn't be able to measure it. And I'd be going off of 3 years of memory, and
Okay. Now,
so I'm approximating where I would be.
between November the 15th of 2008 and today, has anyone from law enforcement sat down with you and shown you pictures and asked you to explain where it was that you went on the during this excursion?
Odor.
Between 2008 and today, has anyone from law enforcement sat down with you with a map like this and asked you to explain where you walked that day?
The state attorney's office did.
Did you draw a map for them?
I put some circles or some X's.
How long ago was that, sir?
Will we say March of 2011?
March of 2011?
Is that correct?
Is that correct, sir?
I believe it was around March of 2011.
Your Honor, may counsel approach sidebar, please?
You may.
Mr. Casey.
Just a second. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Casey, this event that you just referenced that occurred in March of 2011.
This year.
Yeah, this year. That was a normal discovery, deposition?
Yes, I went to the state attorney's office
Okay.
and did a deposition.
And there was a court reporter present like the one here today,
There was
right?
a young lady like this.
All right. Prior to that time, I'm talking about back in 2008 or 2009 when things were a little fresher in your memory.
Mhm.
Did anyone with the Orange County Police Department or the Sheriff's Office sit down with you and ask you to map out or detail where you'd been in the woods on November 15th or 16th?
Not to my knowledge at all.
Okay.
No.
Now, on these days, November 15th and 16th, did you have a tape measure with you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you trying to reference anything particular out there that would allow you to recreate this event 3 years later? Any particular markers in the woods or light poles, anything like that? Were you trying to specifically make a mental note so that 3 years later you'd be able to testify to this event?
Yes, absolutely. I took some still photographs.
Okay. And you also obviously have this videotape.
I have the videotape?
No, you've seen the videotape. We all have the videotape.
Yes, correct.
And would you agree that the videotape is the accurate representation of where you were in the woods on those 2 dates?
I would say it is, yes.
Okay. So when you reference the state's exhibits, RP and RO as estimations, these are your best guess 3 years later, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That you don't necessarily say that they're absolutely accurate, correct?
No, I wouldn't say they're accurate, no. No.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any additional questions, Mr. Jones?
No, sir.
May Mr. Casey be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. You may be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this concludes the presentation of evidence for today. We're going to be in recess. I'm going to ask that you abide by all previous admonitions. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You may be seated. Any additional matters we need to take up on behalf of the state of Florida?
No, sir.
On behalf of the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, please remember what I said about the newly filed motion that Ms. Fennell filed. You just need to let us know if you want it heard. We can do it. You need it Wednesday or Thursday at the conclusion of the presentation on those days. Just notice the state so that they will be prepared to argue the motion. Okay?
I'm pretty much going to rest, or the defense is going to rest on a memorandum on the case law that's been presented. So I don't expect any kind of blanket argument from our side.
And the state, well, notice them and they'll tell me what they're going to do. Okay. We'll be in recess to 9 o'clock on the case and 8:30 if you have any other matters.